Hi. Hey. It's skycat.live. What's up, guys? It's 5:45 in the morning. I am going live. I've been waking up a little bit earlier. Managed to flip the schedule, which is good. And it is Skycat Live. It is a Monday morning, pretty early in the morning, at like 5:45 in the morning, and it is a 9/16/2024, and that is a Monday, September 16th, 2024. 5:45, and I am here to play some Rust, some EvE, and some FFXI, and some WoW. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Thank you for tuning in. Stream is going live here in just a minute. Yep, in about like 30 seconds here. And just got to go make sure that the YouTube's all in order and everything. Send us your video. Yep, all of it's good. Everything's all set up and ready to go. I am published and I am ready to go. So I don't know what it was I was gonna do. I am logging on my rogue. We are about to go live here in 2 seconds, and there we go. Gonna oh, and I'm not charging my headphones when they're full. I will stop, but yeah. So yes, hi guys. For those of you who are just tuning in to the stream, got a few other things I've got to do here before I can start, but we're about to drop it off the big screen and everything. Sorry for the delay. There we go. Going live for the day. Going live for the day. It's my live video game show. Hi, guys. So, there we go. And we in. And now we're going to go and tune in. Good. And, I need discolored warg hearts. Yeah, I think so. Wargs, however, are not that common out here. Oh, I guess they are. Nice. This is a good spot.
Autopilot jumping.
Aggro.
Oh, I need to buy a course thread. Okay.
You receive loot. Rabbit foot.
Warp drive.
You receive loot. Stringy wolf meat. You receive loot. Discolored warg heart. You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
I think I actually need to. These give you 4 storage, so 74. So I would want 2 more. Yeah, can I do that? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, those yellow jars. Can I put those? Yeah, I'm short on yellow jars, which I didn't know.
Approaching Stargate.
There's only one. What? There we go. 78. Yeah, I do need one more. What happened here? Oh, God. I have so much stuff. It's so annoying. Copper ingots. Let's stack stuff in there. Insect wings and stuff. Okay, so I thought I had another yellow jar in here. No. There we go. So, or not storage, but layout. Okay, sorry guys, I'm gonna drop it off the big screen. I forgot. Sorry. There we go. So working on some house layout here.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate.
Okay,
Drive
so
active.
that was good. And we're going to receive anything else that's in the box. Nope. And now we should be okay to take another load. Okay, so I have to buy a course thread. Do all the stuff that they want from me. Do you sell course thread here? I don't know. You fucking better. Gotta go over and go through the process of erasing this character. There we go. And then let's listen to a video while I do my morning startup and all this.
But now you're gonna have to take a. Few. Figure out how to get through it. Drive an
Approaching
Uber
Stargate.
or whatever. Go off
Thank you, Legacy Killer HD. I've liked and sub to your channel.
to the debate.
Thank you for the X
Find
from
a
the stream.
cheap place to live and go to the beach for a year.
Those remarks coming from former
Go to the beach for the
PlayStation
year,
boss
developers.
Chris Deering, and they are aimed at the 30,000 or so developers that have been laid off in the last 3 years in the gaming industry. Drive an Uber
Fuck the
or go to beach.
developers. I mean, after the treatment in the last 10 years, I'm like, oh, they lost their jobs. Oh, poor developers. After everything you've done to us, poor developers. I feel so sorry for you. What, $60 a game couldn't keep you in a house? I don't know. I feel like that's your fault, piece of shit developers. I think that's your fault. No sympathy for the motherfucking devil, piece of shit. No sympathy for the devil. Nope. Oh, ouchies. Ouchies. Ouchies, ouchies. No, I don't want you to do that. I want you to rearrange. You have glitched or something. Remove all. Yeah, clear all of the stuff out of here. No, you glitched. Alright, well, I lost the jar, I guess. Rearrangements. Delete box.
Autopilot
send
jumping.
out the last of this to Cat Monies. Okay, this is the last of it. We're gonna delete her.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, better. Now... log out. Go receive this stuff and we'll turn on the video. There we go.
Out of touch things a gaming executive has said in the last week. Yeah, it really is just about a week. And the video game layoffs are not slowing down at all. Recently, Ready at Dawn, best known for their work on the Order 1886, were shut down by Meta. Rocksteady, after spending a decade on a live service failure that cost Warner Brothers a couple $100 million, is also downsized.
A couple
just after
$100 million.
reporting record-breaking profit for Xbox. The gaming division is also again being hit with layoffs. 1 month before Until Dawn releases on PC, in the UK studio Ballistic Moon significantly scaled down their team. Not slowing down at all are these layoffs. Logitech, about a month ago, talked about their vision of the Forever Mouse, which surely enough includes a subscription. CEO Hinek Faber saying a mouse that requires a regular fee for software updates is possible. And now Logitech has backtracked, saying that they have no plans of this, but never say never with these corpos, because this is what they want. The Witcher 4 is moving along. The game is set to enter full production very soon from CD Projekt Red, and as was also said recently, the game is in the most advanced state out of any of their upcoming projects, with over 400 developers currently working on this new saga. At this moment, we still don't have a great grasp on the direction that they plan to take with this next Witcher game, except that Geralt of Rivia will not be returning as the lead protagonist, a revelation that was announced 8 years ago with his iconic goodbye in the Blood and Wine DLC. Tango Gameworks earlier this year suffered a shocking and sudden shutdown by Microsoft, this coming after what was declared by the company as a success with Hi-Fi Hi-Fi Rush, Tango's award-winning most recent game. Now, though,
Why?
the studio has been revived and transferred over to Krafton, publisher of PUBG. With this happening a couple of months after the studio's closure, it comes as no surprise that a lot of developers have moved on. Krafton saying in a statement that they hope to inherit the entire development team, but unfortunately only half of the team was retained, the others likely already finding new work. Krafton also announced that the Tango staff would be transferred over to a subsidiary of theirs to work on new projects and an expansion to the Hi-Fi Rush IP. I'm still not sure why Microsoft didn't sell this studio off from the get-go, but at the very least, Tango lives on. Gamescom was a bit underwhelming this year, and to be fair, outside of Xbox's showcase this summer, a lot of gaming events have felt that way throughout this year. Still though, Dying Light, The Beast looks pretty exciting with Kyle Crane returning. We also did see the announcement of Borderlands 4 and Mafia the Old Country. The latter is what I'm most excited for, as is described as a gritty mob story set in the brutal underworld of 1900 Sicily, which explores the origins of organized crime. Nick Baines, president of Hangar 13, has also said this new game will be going back to the roots of what fans love about the Mafia franchise, with a deep linear narrative, which sounds more Mafia 2 than Mafia 3, and I think that's the smart decision. Speaking of Borderlands 4, which comes right after the massive movie flop, in which CEO Randy Pitchford bizarrely compared it to the Beatles and had a meltdown over its failure, well, Randy is now reflecting on yet another thing that has aged like shit. In 2019, Borderlands 3 made a deal with the Epic Games Store, and Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford loudly declared at the time, "We look back at Steam in 5 or 10 years, it may look like a dying store, and other competitive stores will be the place to be." And that didn't happen at all. Surely enough, 5 years later, Borderlands 4 is indeed crawling back to Steam. Pitchford was getting clowned on social media, thus leading him to addressing his poorly aged remark, acknowledging Epic has failed in their mission to make a mark, and that he wasn't anti-Steam but more pro-competition, and that he just wanted a more favorable platform towards artists, developers, and creators, the same individuals that he screwed over with Borderlands 3 bonuses. Randy is not a good person. Anthem will go down in the history books as one of the biggest video
Randy is not a good person.
Jeez,
Damn it, Randy.
Stop saying the last couple of weeks, but now BioWare is saying that they've learned a lot of lessons from that live service disaster. Creative director John Epler, while promoting the upcoming new Dragon Age installment, saying, "We're a studio that has always been built around digging deep on storytelling and role-playing. I'm proud of a lot of things on Anthem. I was on the project for a year and a half, but at the end of the day, we were building a game focused on something that we were not necessarily as proficient at. For me and for the team, the biggest lesson was to know what you're good at and then double down on it. Don't spread yourselves too thin. Don't try to do a bunch of different things you don't have the expertise to do. A lot of the people on this team came here to build a story-focused single-player RPG. And one aspect of Anthem that never gets talked about enough is just how god-awful the narrative content of that game was. And forget
Your
it.
inventory
The only
is
thing I
full.
remember is, remember, the Bloodline dies in the first few minutes, there's a lot of flying, and antagonist looks like Elon Musk, and at one point, there's 3 versions of one guy. That's it. This is one of my big concerns with EA BioWare moving forward, and we'll soon find out if those issues remain. The studio was once at the top of the industry.
Gotta
in terms
delete
of
this
story-focused
character.
single-player RPG, but this isn't the same BioWare. Most of the devs of those past beloved games are long gone, and new EA BioWare has a lot to prove, especially following a game like Baldur's Gate 3, which set a new standard for AAA developers of RPGs. When Henry Cavill departed from The Witcher and then jumped onto the Amazon Warhammer 40k show, there was immediate excitement as he was set to star, deeply passionate for the franchise, and had some sort of creative control as executive producer, something that wasn't really the case with Netflix's The Witcher, as there had been well-documented cases of Cavill clashing with the showrunner Lauren Hisrich. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the show, this Warhammer 40k show, may never see the light of day. In recent weeks, Games Workshop, the owners of the franchise, reiterated that if they can't agree with Amazon on creative guidelines by December 2024, the show isn't happening. What are these creative guidelines? We don't really know, except for some unflattering rumors of Amazon's writing team and recent controversial changes that Games Workshop made to the franchise. Cavill might have some of the worst luck with these Hollywood studios. At the very least, and Cavill included, we do have Space Marines 2 right now, which is pretty awesome and it appears a massive success. Avowed is one of the big releases of next year, just recently delayed to early 2025, and yet another upcoming Xbox game that doesn't plan to support 60 FPS, one of the big features that Xbox touted before this console generation began as the standard moving forward, with even 120 FPS being the new upper limit for what upcoming games might target. I guess not actually, and those are Xbox's words, not mine. Obsidian's Matt Henson, art director on Avowed, said on the Iron Lords podcast about this decision, stating that 30 FPS will be the bare minimum for Avowed, but that the team isn't necessarily aiming for more than that. Henson went on to say that 60 FPS isn't as important in single-player role-playing games, and that the lower FPS target allows Obsidian to double down on more advanced VFX, visual density, and lighting. A statement that I could understand maybe a decade ago, but nowadays, nope. Especially for a game like Avowed, which still has you doing a lot of combat and exploration in first person, the difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS would be night and day. And it appears most gamers prefer better performance, a more fluid gaming experience than slightly prettier graphics. This is a disappointing revelation for a game that feels like it's been drastically scaled back since it was announced. I feel like every once in a while you just have to acknowledge the brilliance of Hello Games and No Man's Sky. Every few months another massive free update is released, truly astonishing what can be done when shareholders aren't the driving force of a game company. In July, the game received a massive overhaul, and now the newest update, Aquarius, introduces alien fishing with bait, diving suits, new cooking recipes, a personal fishing platform, and much more. Astrobot was a charming platformer that celebrated the history of PlayStation. It likely will be a major Game of the Year contender later this year, and one former PlayStation developer absolutely hates how it used his character. Former Days Gone creative director John Garvin tweeting he's unhappy that Deacon St. John, the protagonist of Days Gone, has been reduced to a cartoon shill promoting some small game. Which I definitely disagree with that assessment. If anything, I'm glad Deke is still being acknowledged, and as someone who enjoys Days Gone a lot, I still hold out hope that one day we do see a sequel. Although it does seem as of late there's been disagreement for why one hasn't already happened, with some reports indicating Ben's studio themselves decided not to proceed forward due to the poor sales of the first game, and then there's Garvin, who is no longer at Sony, blaming them. A year ago, Unity made one of the most dumbest greedy decisions ever with introducing the runtime fee, which as GamesDeveloper.com points out, sought to charge developers a per-install tariff once projects had passed certain milestones. It was a decision that left many users reeling, resulting in a colossal backlash that ultimately forced the company to rework, but not ditch, the policy. Many game developers vowed to ditch using Unity, and it led to Unity's CEO and president John Riccitiello departing the company. Unity create boss Mark Whitten eventually followed suit as well. Now though, the new leadership team is ditching the runtime fee and reverting back to its existing seat-based subscription model, albeit with a price increase for Unity Pro and Unity Enterprise users. Many have pointed out this isn't an act of kindness, but rather profits were likely not going their way with the controversial fee, thus they reverted. Maybe too little too late. Bungie, which is quite frankly collapsing with the Final Shape underperforming, mass layoffs at the studio, projects being cancelled, veteran talent departing in protest, the company's CEO being criticized for his vintage car purchases, Marathon not being in a good state and compared to Suicide Squad, that game's director being outed for misconduct and fired, well, things are continuing to crumble. The company's recent partnership with Nerf is under fire as it appears they stole 9-year-old fan art for the design of the gun. The Ace of Spades is one of Destiny 2's most iconic weapons, and the featured fan art of that gun alongside the Nerf gun makes clear that it was indeed stolen. Bungie says they are investigating, but not much investigation needed when it's this blatant. I suppose the question is how far into production are they for this toy, and can this be rectified without having to result in legal matters? Regardless, the next Destiny project has apparently been leaked, and no, it is not Destiny 3, but a mobile game called Destiny Rising from NetEase. Gaming insider of Giant Bomb Jeff Grubb confirmed the project was alive and an announcement would be coming soon. In terms of gameplay and genre, Grubb also revealed that it's going to be Destiny on mobile, but with a lot of changes. Hero characters instead of building your own character, for example. As one might
Trying to
expect,
delete
the
this
Destiny
character, I'm
community
sorry.
is not very thrilled about their own Diablo Immortal coming very soon. Grand Theft Auto 6 has gone about 9 months without an update, and very likely before the year ends, we should at the very least see something. I would assume trailer 2 with a focus on the game's second protagonist, Jason. Recently, this last week, there was an explosion in concerns that the game had been delayed to 2026, but Bloomberg's Jason Schreier shut this rumor down, saying nothing had happened, but there was still a chance the game eventually slips to 2026. As someone who has spoken to a few developers in August, I reported that a source at Rockstar doesn't right now believe the game will be finished by next year, a feeling colleagues of theirs hold as well. Regardless, none of that is definitive, just one department's position. Take-Two Interactive, the parent company of Rockstar, did recently break some news by taking a swing at Xbox and their decision to make Black Ops 6 a day one on Game Pass release. CEO Strauss Zelnick saying in an interview with GamesIndustry.biz, "I think that offering a frontline title with a
I can't
premium
delete
price and
that
a subscription
character.
service day and date will push consumers to that subscription subscription service for at least a period of time. I then asked if they would do something like this. Zelnick said, no, it won't affect our decisions because our decisions are rational. GTA Plus likely will be a major part of GTA 6, but one thing is clear, the game won't be there day one. And that seems to go for any...
apparently they locked me out of hardcore, or they locked me out of hardcore for like 6 weeks or something like that. So that was a really bad fuck up yesterday when I ended up with the goblins somehow. I really don't know how that happened. I think it was a misclick or something. Because it's like, I did not run south. I don't remember ever running south. I don't know how to understand how that happened. And so I'm locked out and I can't delete the character for 6 weeks or something like that.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, damn it. So that's okay. Make sure my title was correct. Yeah, my title's correct. One hardcore game is enough, I guess. I'll log on to my main and just continue to make money and stuff.
And financially speaking, a game like Grand Theft Auto 6 being in a subscription service day one would lose Take-Two a lot of money, so it's understandable to see why Zelnick is almost disgust at the idea of them ever doing it. War never changes. That is the tagline of the Fallout
never
franchise, of the
change.
game's opening close. It is also the central theme of Fallout, war. But in recent years, there's been a twisting of this. A lot of individuals arguing it's actually not about war, but a critique of capitalism. This narrative has only been advanced further because of the Fallout TV show, when you have all the corporations coming together talking about bringing the world to an end, which definitely doesn't make a lot of sense in the grand scheme of things because, well, China is behind it. This is something that Tim Kaine, the co-creator of Fallout, revealed a couple of years ago. China was aggressive. They launched the nukes first. That is what happened. That's why a lot of people take issue with the Fallout TV show with some of the things that they're exploring, but also it's none of that is definitive because there's a shadowy figure in the background of that same scene, which clearly is probably an operative of the Enclave who is really, making the chess moves, but doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things because China is the ones who launched the nukes. And that's why, again, a lot of people have issues with the lore and some of the decisions that they've made with the Fallout TV show. But specifically, Tim Kaine talked about capitalism in a recent video. He is the co-creator of the Fallout franchise, and this was just a general discussion on the topic. But where things get really juicy is when he was asked directly about Fallout with capitalism. And he said that the critique of capitalism was never the point of the games. Within this PC Gamer article, it says, in response to a fan asking about Kaine's view in Fallout, as a critique of capitalist corporative greed, Kaine's response was unequivocal. Critique of capitalism was never the point of Fallout. How can you tell? Because the game went out of its way to mention that other countries like China were also behaving terribly. And again, China dropped the bombs first. And he did continue saying, if anything, Fallout is a comment that war is inevitable given basic human nature. And he continued further saying, I don't think I have any themes that run in common in all my games. Maybe mistrust of power, said Kaine, but people will interpret my games in all kinds of ways, and that's okay. Everyone brings their own perspective, and a story can mean different things to different people. But ultimately, the people that have been writing, making these games, they've been pretty clear that, no, this game is not about capitalist, it's not a critique of capitalism, or it's at least not a main theme that they've been exploring at all. And this ultimately led to a number of subreddits and individuals attacking Tim Kaine for his position on this. On the Gaming Circle Jerk subreddit, we had this top comment saying the series where the main antagonist is an evil corporation is, check notes, not a critique of capitalism, you guys. And yeah, the comments to this is it's as expected with Reddit. You mean America isn't rebels in Star Wars? Some of the other comments, this was also on the Fallout subreddit, which the comment by Tim Kaine was actually taken down because I guess the Fallout moderators don't want to have this as a discussion. I am filing this under artists not understanding their own art, right up there with Ray Bradbury insisting Fahrenheit 451 isn't about censorship. Another individual saying he is really wrong, even if it was subconscious. A critique of capitalism is inherently in the game at all its turns. Another person saying, yeah, but the beauty of text is that they aren't beholden to the author's intent. We redefine and interpret text as readers. Another individual saying it's crazy how even an author can misunderstand their work. Fallout was always about the consequences of capitalism. I think it does, but it was made by capitalists, so they have a blind spot to it and didn't realize they did that. And as I documented on my own Twitter account, this was removed from the Fallout subreddit after receiving over 2,000 upvotes, which Reddit moderator's gonna Reddit moderate. And we actually even saw Chris Avallone, one of the lead developers, designer on some of those earlier Fallout games, also a major developer on Fallout New Vegas, chiming in saying, let's ask the creator of Fallout what he thinks about things and then not care what he thinks. And he did continue pointing out that war never changes is just too subtle, as one commenter put it, and he said, well, he's mocking here, humans have never waged war or harmed each other for any reason other than capitalism. No one with an intelligence above 3 ever, which that's funny. And it is worth mentioning, when he was reviewing the Fallout TV show, Chris Avallone did continue further, pointing out that capitalism, again, is not about Fallout. He reaffirmed this perspective. He said, in some major themes like capitalism, which was never part of the original Fallout premise, despite what you may think, capitalism equaling evil is a modern shout topic, and it's not surprising that Hollywood leans on that for a big reveal. And we did see this continue even further because we saw Bethesda lead writer Emil Pagliarlo, I said that probably wrong, but he chimed in about Tim Kane's remarks saying, oh, interesting, well, I think Tim is a great guy and I agree with his take 100%. I mean, it's war never changes for a reason. And it is worth mentioning that once again, Emil was attacked for these remarks, people saying, weird how even someone as high up as you can suffer from poor media literacy. Jesus. And it didn't matter because, like you can see right here, we have a post with 66,000 upvotes, which totally redefines Fallout 4, lies about how the game opens up. Fallout 4 literally opens with a door-to-door salesman. No, he's a Vault-Tec rep, basically selling a chance of survival to rich people. No, I mean, Nate is a veteran of the previous war, but when the bombs drop, that salesman dies because he couldn't afford it. No, because he was not a part of the Vault-Tec experiment with that specific vault. It's like these individuals do not at all play these games or are not at all paying attention to anything. And this is something I pointed out. This is the specific scene that he totally lies about. And this is the Vault-Tec rep saying, I'm here today to tell you that because of your family's service to your country, again, the war that he just took part in against China, you have been pre-selected for entrance into the local vault, Vault 111. And the reason why the Vault-Tec rep couldn't get in, because he wasn't a part of the Vault-Tec experiment, which all of the vaults were, well, mostly all of them were a part of. Or almost all of them had different types of
I have fallen out of favor with Fallout 4. I think it's actually their weakest goddamn title, and I think after seeing Fallout London, which was a good game, and understanding how really bad 4 really is, I don't like the engine. I don't like how it can't go full screen. I think it came out in the wrong era. I think they rushed the games. I think the building kind of sucks and it's too old and janky even when it came out. I think Rust was better the day that Fallout 4 hit. Like, it's weird, like, I don't know, like there was no improvements or anything, and I'm down on Fallout 4. When I tried to play Fallout London recently, I began to realize how much I really dislike the Fallout 4 engine, the Fallout 4 graphics, the Fallout 4 style, the modern take on it. It's weird because 76, I think, plays really well, but I think the difference is now, why is there a rib right there? Why is there a rib right there? That seems weird. Yeah, and I began to understand that the Fallout 4 itself as a client is actually particularly fucking weak. I think even Fallout 3 was better. In New Vegas and stuff, like Fallout 4 as a client is actually particularly weak. It crashes all the fucking time. It's particularly weak to like modded experiences. It crashes really badly. The graphics weren't that good. There's not a moment in that entire game that I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. Every other game had that. Even 3 had it. There were times when it was like there were parts of the Capital Wasteland that were like really truly fucking beautiful, even though they were too green or too brown. Like there really was moments like that in New Vegas, and there really was moments like that in 76 and Starfield, but there wasn't in 4. There's like no parts of 4 that look good at any fucking point. It doesn't matter. You can polish the graphics up so they look better. And they even did a next-gen remaster that I was so excited for, but then I remembered that Fallout 4 is not a good fucking, it's not a good client. It doesn't run well. I don't know why they bothered doing Fallout London. The client for Fallout 4 isn't good enough. You're just Terminator. You eat an entire mag, huh? Jesus Christ. Good job. I should be popping these boxes, but honestly, I don't care about loot. I'm only here to get high qual. I figured a run to the outpost would be enough. I'm not really pulling too much. It's kind of annoying. This is enough, and when I go to the outpost, it'll be enough. It'll be enough to keep it going like another day. High qual. I should technically go over there and get stone. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't really need that. How many times am I going to hit him in the head before he dies? Oh, am I in? I am in. Oops. So, this is slowly going down, but I'm getting it there. I'm going to haul all of this. Okay, set. Add waypoint. Undock. It's gonna be a cold day. I might need to turn the heat on. Put like a shirt on. Oh, yeah, so I am killing wargs for hearts. Yeah. I don't know, that is valuable. I am going to keep it. Free bean can, but I might as well recycle at this point. I'm not raiding anybody. Oh, I need to check that base over there and see if he No, you really can't build here, huh? Lots of kits, but not enough high qual. I don't know. Maybe I should just recycle the suits, because I think there is forms of high qual in the suits, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to recycle everything, because it doesn't matter. I don't really have room. See if there's like a milk crate on the roof or anything. There's a free wall. I love having the server to myself, actually. I've gotten addicted to it. I'm the only one in Rust who has a clue. 22 high qual, not bad. So we'll go up there and try to bang like stone and metal. $300 cloth. From what? Why do I, oh, from the, yeah, from the tarps? Yeah. I would think. Okay. Where is that bike? Oh, look, there's a better bike. It's kind of hurt. I suppose we could make a hammer and fix it. Getting dark, but we can probably run the cliffs. It'll be hard to find this. I guess I'll leave it at his base. Because I do kind of want to for getting home. I can't believe this is a two-seater. Such a silly idea. That annoys me that I can't play Final Fantasy. It's fucking annoying.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, well, actually.
Experiments that were being taken on the population of those within those vaults. But anyway, you have three leading figures on the Fallout franchise,
Autopilot
two of which were
jumping.
lead writers on multiple games, and then the co-creator of the franchise specifically saying that games are not a critique of capitalism, but more so about war. And yes, people are free to interpret things however they want, but again, the central theme of Fallout is about war. I don't know why that's controversial. PlayStation's Concord will go down in history as one of the biggest flops ever. It remains to be seen
Away
if the
from
game
keyboard.
will eventually be revived and go
You are
free
no
to
longer
play.
AFK.
We'll see what happens in that regard. I think it's extremely unlikely, especially because when it was free, when it had its open beta, there just was no interest at all there either. But this game, 8 years of development, cost over $100 million. That's not even including marketing. There's also the fact that this game sold about under 25,000 copies, had under 700 players on Steam, and within 2 weeks, it was dead. but the game will live on in the form of Amazon's game-inspired anthology series Secret Level, as it has been confirmed that Concord is still set to appear on TV this fall, which is definitely going to be very odd seeing that, but I don't think there's anything that could stop this. I mean, they've probably been working on this production for well over a year, so yeah, there is technically more Concord on the way. But in recent days, there's been a lot of talk about some of the developers and remarks that they've made about the game. This was one of the big remarks we talked about a couple weeks ago. It was specifically a Concord developer that I believe is now working on PUBG. They went on a tirade talking about talentless freaks in regards to haters of Concord. And this was the fact that a lot of people were mocking the game for its art design and some of the really bizarre decisions that they made with that game. But we've also seen in recent days some other information come about. We had Stephen Totillo in his newsletter revealing that in July, two Concord developers said launching games is always an absolute existential horror show. On the inside, it's complete and utter terror. We put in close to a decade for some, now it's going to be out there. That's both exciting and terrifying. I think they really did know that this game was destined for failure. And this is July. This had to have been around the time that they had that first open beta. So they got some indication that a nightmare was coming, but obviously nobody expected this level of a nightmare. And now in some leaked tweets, we did see another Concord developer, one of the lead artists on the game, go on a tirade about the game's development. And first off, some people talking about this tweet in which they said pretty soon these weirdos will have no games to buy at all. Not exactly sure what tweet they were specifically responding to, but calling people weirdos just not a good look, especially the timing. And then we did see a couple of more tweets leaked from this developer saying, I was going to DM you after seeing this, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to say this here. A lot affected the art side of Concord, including design by committee, failure of some leadership to listen to the art team, etc. And look, 8 years of development, I have no idea how they went that long working on these specific designs, thinking that they were going to work, and ultimately making a hero shooter like this, it just never was going to click, especially because the hero shooter market has been oversaturated for years now. And you really do need to introduce something unique, something different to the market.
You do.
And that is
You have
not
to
what
bring
Concord
something
gives,
new.
even if it had unique, different characters, other than, you know, Humpty Dumpty and Humpty Dumpty, but they're 7 feet tall, and all the other generic designs that are there. The character concept art team, includes myself, is going through an extremely difficult time emotionally, and some of the team no longer want to work in games, design characters, even do art anymore after this because of this. Posts like yours, though understandable, are unfortunately ill-timed. None of us know which way the wind will blow at the studio. We are worried, sick, and terrified of the future. Not only that, but we have been shouldering the brunt of the emotional labor as executives directors dodge most of the blame. Behind the scenes of all the talk about Concord and character designs, people's livelihoods are at risk, and there are very real financial consequences that might hurt us even more. That's just what I can say from our point of view. I'm not saying change course of anything. Us artists like being able to use social media to promote our work and get more jobs, but I am saying we see this and it does absolutely affect us since we just got our teeth kicked in. And look, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I do feel for a lot of the developers on this project because look, the gunplay, the gameplay, I think it's totally fine. It's enjoyable enough. It's not different enough to really stand out, but it was a totally fine experience with some of the most god-awful character design I've ever seen. And say what you want, but I think whoever was in charge of the art direction for Concord, I'm not sure if it was this individual or somebody else, they should be fired. They probably shouldn't be working on games again just because of how awful it was. I have no idea how they thought this was going to be successful, and I have no idea how the executives, how management at PlayStation thought that this was going to be successful. This was a game destined for disaster, and ultimately that's exactly what happened. And another thing I will say, a couple of years ago, Battlefield was mocked because they had an entire event mocking the criticism that they were getting for Battlefield 5, and the very real complaints and criticisms that they were getting with the historical accuracy of that game. And here with Concord, you have one developer calling individuals haters, talentless freaks, and then you have this one calling people that are critiquing character designs as weirdos. Just one of those instances that you're not helping yourself by talking on social media, and it definitely paints a very negative picture of the developers of Firewalk and the fact that maybe they aren't at all listening to the criticism that they have with these character designs. And a lot of reviewers, a lot of gaming websites are not helping the case by not bringing this up because this is a major factor for why this game did fail. Star Wars Outlaws had what can only be described as a controversial lead up to its release. There was a lot of critique with its gameplay, with the trailers, with the monetization that Ubisoft was aiming for, and ultimately, when the game did release, we saw reviews coming from critics. It was not great. As you can see on OpenCritic, it has a 76 critic average, with only 68% of critics recommending the game. That's fine, but for, I guess, a massive game like this, I'm sure Ubisoft, and they actually did say they expected much better reviews than this. But ultimately, there was just a lot of flaws within Star Wars Outlaws, a lot of things that a lot of individuals, including myself, just really did not find myself enjoying, specifically the way that they went about stealth. It is one of the most damaging parts of the game, the insta-stealth. It's horrible. And then the fact that the narrative, the characters, it just wasn't flowing for me, and it didn't flow for a lot of people. We actually did see, specifically with the stealth, we saw that Star Wars Outlaws unfair instant fail stealth missions, a mistake, patch due next week, and that has come about just in recent days, and that is now something that can be considered fixed, but it may be too little too late at this point. And right now, Star Wars Outlaws is suffering, as Ubisoft stock took a major dip, a 10-year
Triple
low
Anus
after
is
lukewarm
dying.
Star Wars Outlaws
Good.
launch. And specifically, this report coming
You gotta
from
make
Reuters
good games
is
again.
what can only be described as damaging. Game developer Ubisoft slides amid muted reception for Star Wars Outlaws. A sluggish performance of its two recent releases, including the long-awaited Star Wars Outlaws. And one analyst from JP Morgan saying Star Wars Outlaws has struggled to meet our sales expectations despite positive critical reviews. And then the same analyst did continue further, saying he lowered his sales expectations
one's
for
buying your
Outlaws by 2 million units to 5.5 million units in the year through March 2025.
But I mean, you keep shitting
This
on
being the
us.
first
You've been
open-world
shitting
Star
on
Wars
us for 25 years. You've been shitting on us. You don't care about the quality or play, like the quality of life of playing your games. You don't care about that. You don't care how much we suffer, or how bad the frame rate is, or how bad your fucking slop is. You don't care about that. You never have. You just keep mass producing it. So why should we care if you die? You don't care about how bad the games are for us to play. Why should we care if you die? It's only fair. Like, honestly, you know, you haven't given two shits about us. Not really. I think there's only a few games out there that truly took care of their player base, I would say. You know? The rest of them are always, like, disappointed because they didn't get what they wanted or needed, or the graphics aren't good, or the gameplay is not good, or the depth's not good, or anything like that. There's like 10 games in history that actually lived up to live service, like Stardom, you know. But you mass produce like 10,000 a year, not live service, but games. And most of them aren't good, which I don't really understand. You thought it's the participation award mediocrity of the last two generations or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Like, every time I ever did anything in my life, be it lead singer, drug dealer, cashier, taxi driver, delivery driver, it didn't matter what it was. I put 110% into it and either rise to the top of the company or left in like 3 days. One or the other. It took over. And I don't understand this idea of like, you know, Elden Ring is totally fine releasing a DLC you can't play the day you bought it. You know, I just don't really understand that. You've been treating us like shit. Stupid fucking piece of shit, quadruple anus cocksuckers. Fuck you, and I don't care if you die.
Ever, you know, so-called, you would think that this would have, no matter what, gotten massive interest, but that has not happened at all.
I don't understand how you make those, like blast saber or like, you know, like lightsaber, or sorry, you know, like laser pistol shots in Star Wars. I don't understand how you make them look so normal and boring. But when I think of a red laser shooting through, even in the movie when they shot like red lasers, pew 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 with red lasers and stuff, it still looked really good. It looked like that laser was going to destroy you. Something about the Star Wars laser things that you put in the video games, they look like more boring than bullets with tracer fire. They look horrible. And so when I see that guy shoot a laser, I'm like, oh, I can just dodge that. It doesn't fine. But when you really think about how bad it would be to get hit by a laser, like a really bad laser pistol. You know, it would fuck you up. It'll cut a hole right the fuck through you. You know, and like, but you somehow managed to write mediocrity into how the laser beams look. I don't really understand it. You know, five seconds of looking at the game and I'm like, oh no, it's just slop.
5 million units in the year through March 2025.
Yeah, like those lasers, they look boring. Like you dodge them all day, like Neo in the Matrix. That is not how laser fire is. I don't understand. Like that was an element of Star Wars that was really cool. Like laser fire would fuck you up. You know, that was an element of Star Wars that was really cool. And you somehow managed to write that out with your mediocrity.
Warp drive active.
Like, how do you make those laser bolts look so goddamn boring? I'm sorry, but they do. They look boring. Like, I don't even need to bother dodging them or anything. Or they're not even going to hurt me that much. You know?
Being the first open world Star Wars game ever.
Every time that a laser is fired in Star Wars, like at Han Solo or Luke Skywalker, they go diving for goddamn cover. And they don't do it because it's gunfire. They do it because the laser will put a hole through them. You know? Like a hole, not like, you know, a bullet that goes through muscle and tears. Like, I mean, a bullet does the same thing, puts a ballistic hole, but a laser is different. That's like light not really having so much mass and power and moving so quickly that it can't be stopped by matter. And it just cuts a hole through you and it's going to kill you instantly. That's an element that you wrote out of the modern Star Wars games that just isn't there, and I don't really understand. Those lasers look like jokes. Like for instance, okay, every time you fire a laser in the Star Wars game for the N64 called Shadows of the Empire, was it Shadows of the Empire? I believe it was. It was like Shadows of the Empire, and it really fucking felt like you fired a laser bolt at the goddamn, especially, I mean, even on the hard difficulty, and if the stormtrooper gets hit, they're stunned. They can maybe take like 2 or 3 of those laser bolts before they're dead. But in this game, it looks like you probably have to shoot something like 35 times because you wrote mediocrity even into the game itself. Like those lasers, they don't scare me when they're like pew, and I'm like, oh, that little red bolt.
This would have.
It looks like, yeah, like that shit. That looks like a BB gun shot. Look at that bullshit. Like, it looks accurate, but no, it kind of looks like it's flying too, like it's like a projectile. But lasers are like pew 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 pew. They're fucking fast and they kill you, and they're big. They're like, you know, like the kind of laser that you would like harness to kill somebody would be fucking big, like the size of a softball, I would think. And it's gonna fucking, you know, it's gonna put a hole through you. And these lasers, like, literally are proof that you wrote mediocrity into the game.
Disaster.
You couldn't pay me to play this. I don't care how good it looks. You know, it looks. Frankly, I've seen a game that looks like this that is frankly just not as visually boring as this. Horizon Forbidden West.
For Ubisoft,
I can load Horizon Forbidden West right now.
Which was banking on this game to be massive for them. As you can see right now, we even have analysts saying even after the 48% drop at Ubisoft, I won't be buying their stock, which is just crazy, and shows how in the gutters they are and how reliant they are on Assassin's Creed Shadows, which comes later this year, which has also had a massively controversial lead up to its release. And then from VG charts, we have this story: Star Wars Outlaws in the UK sold about half of Assassin's Creed Mirage's sales. Again, this is just more and more bad news and points to the fact that this game is massively underperforming. This is information coming from Game Industry's Christopher Drang saying
massively
Star Wars
underperforming.
Outlaws UK figures were lower than
Doesn't it all sound like erectile dysfunction or something? Whenever they talk about the failure of these dudes, you can tell they're kind of teasing them about erectile dysfunction because they're all 67 and they thought that they were just going to keep creating Assassin's Creed games until they were 110 or something. No. I can keep playing the games until I'm 110. You can't keep making the games until you're 110. That's not gonna fucking happen. I don't care what you think's gonna happen. No, you need to retire and pass on the crown and oversight people so they don't create slop like this. But instead, you're still maining games at the age of like 67. And it's like, nah, you're a dinosaur. Let a young man do it. Just like the politics, just like war, just like anything else. Let a young man do it. Like, I'm an ageist a little bit past past the age of 65, I believe that Timothy Kane should be in the garden. I'm not like, learning how to live off the grid. I don't think he should, like my parents. I really don't think he should be talking about how wars end, corpos don't, or whatever. It's sort of weird. Like, but it is, and I think these people are expected to lead their studios well into their old age, and I get that. But I think oversight is really probably better. Let them make their own game, but just oversight and be like, look, this is how we were successful. Maybe you should take a hint from this, and
but did a fair bit more than Avatar, 52% more.
They're comparing all these horrible fucking quadruple A dumpster fires from each other. Well, this one made about $200,000 and only sunk $200 million. This one only made about $100,000 and only sunk $100 million. Then this one only made about $500,000, but sunk only $500 million. And they're all really bad. Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Mirage, fucking Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. These are games that you, like, past the age of 12, you couldn't have paid me to play. I don't care. Even at the age of 16, I would have been like, that kid's game? Fuck no, I'm not playing Assassin's Creed. That's a kid's game. It's a kid's game for 12-year-olds. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm not going to buy your game. I don't care if adults were still playing your games way past when they should have for like 10 years. You got money that you shouldn't have expected, and now you've like misled the economy and the gaming industry into thinking that they can just sell slop all day. But no, some of us actually really do expect you to make better products. You know?
Plenty of opportunity to drive more units on this one as we head into quarter 4. We'll see what happens, but so far,
like every single time that I delivered food or a person for 13 years, I did it 110%. I drove the speed limit. I checked every corner. I clocked every mile. I paid every cent of the taxes. I watched the wear and tear on the cars. I got car washes every Sunday. I was always on time. If I'm not, I'm calling you on the phone. Like 10 seconds past. If I'm supposed to be there at 12:10, I'm calling you at 12:10 and 10 seconds to tell you that I'm running something like 90 seconds late. I'm stuck in your parking lot and I can't figure out where your complex is or something like that. And I'm telling you, I'm sorry, I'm running something like 1 to 3 minutes late. I'm not saying, oh, I'm 20 minutes late, or oh, I'm sorry, I'm high and I think I couldn't figure out where your apartment complex is, or any of this other shit. Every single time I ever did a job since I was like 16 years old, I put 110% into it. How you do things, how the modern developers do things is so antithesis. So, like the half-ass job thing, that's the American way. That was The Simpsons talking about this. The mediocrity. The Simpsons talked about this a long time ago. They're like, if you don't like your job in America, just do it half-assed. That's the American way. And they wrote a fucking song about it. That's the lyrics to the fucking song. If you don't like your job, do your job half-assed. That's the American way. And they were mocking this like relentlessly because at no point, I don't think, well, The Simpsons did get mediocre and by season 10. But but for like 10 seasons, they did not accept mediocrity, and then they did, and then The Simpsons died. It's a lesson about these games. The minute that you accept mediocrity in anything that you do, like I did not accept mediocrity when somebody was trying to assault me every single fucking day for months on end, trying to get me off this server or attack me on my stream or try to fucking swap me or any of this shit. Mediocrity would be just giving in and quitting, you know what I'm saying? But at no point did I back down, at no point did I not cuss their worthless lives, and no point did I ever fucking show fear or any of this stuff. I showed anger, but I did not show fear, and at no point, and I don't feel fear. The same shit goes for everything else in my life. But you guys, you're okay with making the Borderlands movie. You're okay with, this Star Wars slop. You're okay with Henry Cavill ruining The Witcher. You're okay with Warhammer being ruined by piece of shit Space Marine bullshit. You think that Halo and Space Marine, all the ideas in Halo kind of come from Warhammer. But you think that Warhammer needs Halo for some reason? No. Halo was a nice Warhammer offshoot, but at no point did Warhammer need Halo. Nope. And that's mediocrity. That is you and mediocrity. Last time Space Marines was cool was 1986, when Aliens left the theater finally, or whatever. That was the last goddamn time Space Marines were cool. We got a brief glimpse of it in like Independence Day or Mars Attacks or something like that. We got brief glimpses of cool Space Marines, but trust me, Space Marines haven't been cool since 1986. If Hollywood couldn't fucking sell it, what makes you think you could do it? Slop. All of it. Slop. This Space Marine bullshit.
Ubisoft, and we actually
All of it's slop. There was a reason that they can't sell Space Marine in Hollywood to kids, because kids aren't dumb. They know that the last 40 years, the only thing Daddy can talk about is heroes and Space Marines and Star Wars. And so the kids aren't dumb. They need something new. They need something that isn't that slop, you know? Star Wars was great for the first 3 movies, and then it was mediocre for the next 3, and then it was full-blown dumpster fire for the last 3. And I mean, I don't understand why you think this dumpster fire era of Star Wars stuff would be good, and why you're so brokenhearted that it wasn't. No. You are not making the laser blast feel good. You're not getting that Steven Spielberg sense of adventure. You don't have the fucking John Williams volume of quality music. You don't have the kind of story that compels you. There's no overall Camelot story between good and bad. There's nothing here. It's just slop. You can see it in the first 5 seconds of looking at the game.
What do I mean?
You know what it looks like? It looks like Days Gone reskin to Star Wars.
That, well, disgruntled Ubisoft investor calls on
Tell me I'm wrong.
Creed.
Tell me I'm wrong. That piece of shit Star Wars slop. It looks like Days Gone, which honestly, Days Gone looked like a piece of shit ripoff of, like, I don't know what. It I would say it was like a piece of shit ripoff of Death Stranding or something like that. You know, it was like a bad interpretation of Death Stranding with a little bit more zombie combat or something. Bad interpretation of Last of Us or something like that, right? It's like, I'm sorry, but at this point, it looks like you were influenced by a terrible game, which is Days Gone, and you tried to reskin, you know, a Star Wars title as Days Gone and put somebody on a speed bike, on a speeder, as opposed to a Days Gone motorcycle. And I'm sorry, but Days Gone was slop. The Star Wars was slop. The Star Wars that is the what's the word? The Star Wars era that was the inspiration for this Star Wars game was slop. We're not talking about the Lord of the Rings era of Star Wars that was like, you know, that spawned endless, you know, fucking fan, like, you know, circles and stuff and endless fan service. We're talking about the bad era of Star Wars, and you wonder why this Star Wars Outlaws slop doesn't sell and nobody wants it. It's because Star Wars hasn't sold and nobody's wanted it for a while, you know? Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars.
Aggro.
So, like, I don't know. Like, if you can't see the signs, I can see it. Like, I don't need to play the game. I can see it inside of 5 seconds. If you didn't grow up on this shit and worship it for 30 years, you wouldn't really see it, I guess. I guess that's kind of what the developers are. They're so busy working on their IPs, trying to turn them into billion-dollar IPs, that they don't have time to understand what a good product is anymore. I think it's the core problem. If you how are you going to be a good developer if you don't know what's good? Honestly, I think people like you know, Pablo Picasso are really interesting because they came up with it first, you know. But no, Pablo Picasso definitely saw other people's artwork and was influenced.
Maker to go private.
Now, he still was innovative and was like the first into Impressionism or whatever you want to call it. So my question is, how do you expect the video game industry to be good if you were never you were never the first Impressionist artist? You need to be the first Impressionist artist when you make these games. Remember how crazy Sonic was compared to Mario? Mario couldn't run for shit. Sonic could. It was 16-bit compared to 8-bit. Now, was Sonic as good as Mario or as memorable? No, but Sonic was really good, and like, you know, so yeah, but that innovation, that 16x super microchip they lied about or whatever, that innovation is not there in the industry anymore. You keep saying buy the same slop. I'm sorry, but I saw a version of this slop way back on the PlayStation 1 called Star Wars Clone Wars. I saw a version of this crappy slop, and that game didn't sell well either. That game, the first Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, and then all the Clone War games on the PlayStation 1, they were mediocre pieces of shit. They were fun to play, but they were mediocre pieces of shit. And so we don't think back fondly about Phantom Menace on PlayStation 1 the same way we don't think back fondly about goddamn Star Wars Outlaws. It was slop back then, it's slop now. You've been creating slop for 20 fucking years. You at least need to make new slop, you know?
Share slump. And
Yep,
this is
slump.
specifically
And all these hilarious, it's like hilarious, and it comes across like a crime because all of these repeating phrases that you would hear in a courtyard, like a courtroom, keep getting repeated, like slop and mediocrity and failure to launch, or all these things that sound like erectile dysfunction. And it's because they didn't allow the new generation to design games. They still have 67-year-old piece of shit dinosaurs running the shops, just like our politics, just like our businesses, just like our military. I don't care about 67-year-old slop artists fucking running our military and our video game industries into the goddamn ground. I want some young men doing it. I don't care about young men. I don't care if young men run video games into the fucking ground while they experiment. I do care while 67-year-old piece of shit dinosaurs run our fucking country and the video game industry into the goddamn ground. I do care, you know? And I'm sorry, and it's not reconcilable. Your bullshit slop is not reconcilable. It won't sell, so what good is it, you know? I won't play it because it doesn't sell. Video games are about feeling like you're a part of the group and that you're in some territory that a bunch of other people are in right now, all experiencing their playthrough and stuff. It's like a very communal thing, video games. And if your game won't sell, I'm not going to play it. It's an endemic. It's a sign of an endemic, like endemic higher problem. You know, it's a sign of a higher issue. It's systems management or something like this. I don't know what it is, but they're slop across the board, from Hollywood to politics to television to video games to live service to fucking Blizzard and Activision fucking Call of Duty lobbies. All of it, every single aspect of modern media culture has been destroyed by the fact that you did not pass on the baton to the new generations. You kept the money until you died. You have 5 cars and 5 houses, and you talk about McMansions, and you talk like piece of shit developers, like, oh, go live poor for a week on the beach or something like that, is what he said today. And it's like, no, nobody lives like that, you piece of shit, except you. You're the only one with any money or any hope. Nobody believes in. Everybody believes in your product, but they won't give me a chance because I'm young or whatever. It's just stupid. And so, yeah, your nepotism and your bullshit has killed the world. It's the same old 1%er bullshit that killed politics. It is the same old 1%er bullshit that killed video games. And I see it happen across so many different industries and so many different realities. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you accepted mediocrity for politics. You can't. You accepted mediocrity for video games. You can't. You accepted mediocrity for silver screen era Hollywood. You can't. You accepted mediocrity for fucking drugs and you let them cut the dope. You can't. You accepted mediocrity when it came to our police. Now we have BLM. You can't. Like, you set the mediocrity when it comes to our education system. You can't. You accept the mediocrity when it came to overpopulation. Now we have school shootings. You can't do that. The school shootings are the fucking proof of it. You accepted mediocrity across so many goddamn fucking realities. You just thought you were going to rest on your 67-year-old dinosaur asses and just collect this money for another 40 fucking years instead of passing the baton on to somebody else and letting them like live. Maybe let them make an investment. Let me make an investment instead of, maybe instead of like me having $100 to invest in Nvidia, maybe if I had $100,000, I could maybe save this planet. But no, you rest on your dinosaur fucking asses until the world fucking dies. You run the companies into the fucking ground with your golden parachutes and your bullshit, your meritocracy and your fucking bullshit ass fucking, industrial prison complex and your industrial video game complex and your industrial complexes that churn out slop are killing the fucking world. And no, AI isn't going to save you. Wars aren't going to save you. Nothing can save you from your mediocrity. No. You must actually make good movies. You must actually make good video games. You must actually make good television. You must actually make good music like Billie Eilish and Lana, not piece of shit slop like Top 40. You must actually make good fucking music that makes people feel good or cry tears of sorrow or happiness or joy. You got to make people feel the feels like stupid ass Adele's Hello and stuff, right? You can't just phone it in. You gotta actually do like real music and stuff. Like for instance, like my music, I don't phone it in. But the difference is I don't want it to be successful, so I make it bad on purpose. I don't want my music to be successful. But I think most musicians are dreaming about making that Chappell Roan money or whatever the fuck right now, Chappelle Roan or whatever. But like I don't know. I don't think that has anything to do with good music. I don't think status quo or hitting it big or moving units has anything to do with fucking good music. Nothing to do with it. Same with video games, same with television, same with movies. Some of the best movies only cost like $1 million to fucking make, you know? Some of the best goddamn television, some of the best, like, most crazy, like, you know, genre forming, fan service forming things were on shoestring budgets like Star Wars that changed the fucking world. They didn't accept mediocrity. Why do you? They didn't accept me. Did you think Spielberg accepted mediocrity when he made the first Star Wars? No, I think every single second of the fucking movie smacked of greatness and music and good music and a good story and an epic thing. Now they accepted mediocrity with the Phantom Menace, and look what it did to the fucking world. The Phantom Menace, while I love that movie, it was mediocre, and it killed the world, essentially. The minute that we accepted it, and it said that it was good, you know? It pretty much killed the world. The minute that they're 67-year-old dinosaur mediocrity and running these corpos, running the bullshit ass fucking companies like Phil Spencer and shit, running Xbox into the goddamn ground. The minute that we accepted that mediocrity, Xbox was dead. Xbox was full-blown dead. The minute that we accepted the mediocrity that Nintendo can't seem to make a console that plays better than 2004 era Wii, we accept the mediocrity. Nintendo's dead. We'll never see another good Mario game. The minute that we accepted mediocrity with Halo 2 and Halo 3 instead of like what we had with Halo 1, Halo was dead. The minute that we accepted mediocrity with, you know, like the PlayStation 5 as compared to the PlayStation 4 or the PlayStation 3 compared to the PlayStation 2, right? They do their mediocre, they do their good console, and then they do their mediocre console. If you don't know it, you haven't been doing this for like 30 years like me. It's the mediocrity across everything that I fucking do. I can feel it affecting my work. Sometimes I'll go way later than I should, like 4 or 5 hours, and I'll just phone in slop fucking, you know, commentary and stuff because I'm brain dead. I've been up for 15, 16 hours, and I've just been pushing out of my mental being everything that I can do and everything that I can give for a really long time. And the minute that I accept that mediocrity and I don't fucking end the stream is the minute that I don't have a good stream. And so I tend to end the fucking stream the minute that I feel that my work is becoming mediocre or that it doesn't bang or it isn't delivering what I promised or anything like that. I just immediately bail out. I'm like, nope, I was raised better than this. I don't do jobs half-assed. If you're gonna do something, do it up gold, bitch. If I like, this is why I don't commit to anybody when they ask me like, oh, will you help me move or something like that? I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna try and get out of this however I can, because I know that it means me giving them like 6 or 8 hours of really hard, like back-breaking labor, and I put my back into it and I give them my all, and by the end of it I'm physically and spiritually and emotionally fucking exhausted because I don't do anything fucking half-assed like you. I don't do anything. I don't do anything. Even when I'm running from the cops, I don't fucking do anything half-assed, and I definitely got away from them like 7 times. I don't do anything mediocre. And you do, from your industries to your politics to your fucking politicians to your political parties to your TV, your television, your games, your fucking education systems. What you think is okay for these kids, for what these kids like TikTok is mediocre, and it is mediocrity being delivered in liquid form to these kids in the form of skibbity toilet. It is not good scripted fucking entertainment that'll teach them good morals and values and ethics and stuff like Aesop Fables or anything like that. Nope, it's SpongeBob.
You receive loot.
And sure, SpongeBob's good, but I mean, it's still mediocre compared to, say, Mighty Mouse or you know, I don't know, what's a good one? Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, or, you know, it's mediocre. It doesn't teach you about being a human being. It teaches you about being in Bikini Bottom and living next door to a McDonald's. It's mediocrity. And working at McDonald's. Did you ever understand what Krab Patty was about? It was getting a fucking generation ready to accept their McDonald's jobs in this mediocre fucking world, and they relentlessly trolled McDonald's. Right there, right in the middle of goddamn fucking SpongeBob. And I like SpongeBob as much as the next man does. But I understand that it's a show that is kind of mediocre compared to even Ren and Stimpy, sort of. It's like, it was a different era. And I think even the creator would say so. I think the creator would be very angry with me for saying saying this, but I'm sorry. Like okay, the Superman that they made in the fucking 40s for television, the cartoon Superman was, or even that show Clone Wars on Disney was such a higher quality fucking show than SpongeBob's. It's scary. At the end of every show, they drop some crazy moral or ethic, usually about war and stuff, about how to be a good person, how to lead humanity, and how to be a good Jedi, right? Clone Wars was a good show that was aimed at making a generation of kids somebody better than they were, you know. And I think of Clone Wars as something like triple the quality show than SpongeBob. SpongeBob is there to make you laugh. Clone Wars was there to teach you to be a Jedi. Clone Wars was not mediocre, hence I fucking love Clone Wars. I really loved the Clone Wars television show, the kids show. It was not mediocre until season 3 or season 4 or something like that. I you know, another one that was like that was Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance. That show was not mediocre, and because it was not mediocre, they canceled it. They were like, we can't possibly live up to Jim Henson, and they canceled it, I think. But they did live up to Jim Henson in season 1. They lived up to it. It was like the best children's television I'd ever fucking seen, I think. It's short of The Simpsons or something. You know?
Aggro.
So, I don't know. I think of your mediocrity, I think of it as pretty much the drug war, the prison industrial drug war complex. I think of your mediocrity as the death of our military. I think of your mediocrity as the death of our politicians and our death of our politics and the death of our country. I think of your mediocrity as the death of our sanity, the death of our fucking healthcare, the death of of cheap prices, the death of cheap anything. It's all the mediocrity takes over everything, and the cost of mediocrity is so fucking high. To be Kirkland off-brand, the cost of it is so fucking high that literally it like whitewashes everything to suck. It does. I don't know how else to say it. The cost of mediocrity is so high, it whitewashes the entirety of reality into something else entirely, where it's just like a mediocre fucking lie. And everything becomes Walmart Kirkland off-brand. Everything. These Walmart Kirkland off-brand video games, these Walmart Kirkland off-brand television shows that have big fucking names on them, like like Mr. Peanut or something like that, right? Big names on them. But no, it doesn't matter that it has a big name or that it comes from a nice place with good like Slop can have a good pedigree. Slop often does have a good pedigree. Thank you. Slop often has a good pedigree, you know? It's why it sells. Slop often has a good pedigree. It's one of the real bad problems about it. How does Slop keep selling? Well, because it often has a good pedigree. How did Star Wars 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 sell? Well, because it had a good pedigree, you know? It had a good background. We had a lot of hope that it might be good. We were like, there's no way this could be good. We know that modern movies and television aren't good. And so we were terrified when Phantom Menace hit. And sure enough, yeah, it was mediocre. And so we have the death of Star Wars. Am I bitching? No. I'm saying that accepting the mediocrity. Like, for instance, like lately, I have returned something like, I don't know, 15 games, 15 $80 games this year. Just this year, I've returned like 15 $80 games. And if Steam did not afford me the ability to do that, I would not use Steam, you know, because the slop is real. The pedigree of the slop is bona fide. So they keep tricking us, but what they're really doing is selling their reputation. That's what Elden Ring was. I mean, they're selling their fucking reputation. You know, they're selling the drama, they're selling the reputation back to us. They're like, oh, when you were kids, you really liked Darkwing Duck, so you should still like Disney when you're 46 or something, right? No, because you don't make Darkwing Duck anymore. You don't make shows good like that anymore. The answer is no. I don't have to like you just because I liked Darkwing Duck when I was a kid, or Tailspin, or DuckTales, or anything like that, right? Just because I like DuckTales does not mean that I have to like fucking modern Disney. Like, I am fucking terrified that Inside Out 2 is bad. I'm scared to see it. I tried to go watch it the other night because I was like, I need a good Disney movie to bring me up in this mediocre world that you're killing us all with, right? And I was like, oh no, but what if Inside 2 is mediocre? And I'm like, well, Inside 2 was 10 years ago. What are the chances that these writers and actors are still as good as they were 10 years ago? The answer is probably impossible. The chances are zero. The chances are like zero that the same writers and the same fucking actors and the same people that wrote Inside Out could possibly be as good as they were 10 years ago. The same is true of Final Fantasy. Same is true of ESO, Elder Scrolls. It's just, there's no way that Starfield was going to be as good as Fallout 4, you know? There was no way that Fallout 4 was going to be as good as Vegas. There's no way Vegas was going to be as good as, well, I mean, Vegas was the best one, really. There's no way that, you know, it just sucks, like, you know, these are like rules. You cannot be mediocre in these superstar, right? Remember Shannon Molly or whatever her name was? She made a movie about this called Superstar with what's his stupid ass name? I can't think of it. You know, Chicken Head. I can't think of his fucking, he looks like a piece of fried chicken to me. I can't think of his fucking name. You know, Will Ferrell, right? Will Ferrell. I love Will Ferrell. You know, that comment, I assume it was a really nasty one. He looks like a piece of fried chicken to me. But the reason that he looks like a piece of fried chicken to me is because he's from the mediocre fucking era of Hollywood, where he doesn't necessarily have to look. He doesn't have Hollywood good looks, you know? So he to me, he represents mediocrity. He is the funniest man in Hollywood, probably. So thank God he was funny. But like, honestly, or I don't know, I think other people are funnier than him. But like Will Arnett is funnier than him. But it's just, you know, but his mediocrity like killed The Office. I would say that Will Ferrell's mediocrity. I hated him in every movie he ever did. Then he came and he killed The Office. You know, The Office was really good till Will Ferrell came. But I mean, Steve Carell left. They should have just ended the fucker. Yeah. Like they should have just ended the show. But I mean, you know, the minute that The Office became mediocre, I knew that mediocrity was going to be the rule for like 15, 20 years or something like that. I think the same thing happened 100 years ago, right before World War II. Everything got so mediocre after the war kind of wiped us all out and left everything so poor and fucked up, you know? That like everything was so mediocre that the people just went to war to try and make it so that, you know, a loaf of bread, it wasn't $10,000 anymore, you know.
Said Ubisoft at current state is mismanaged and shareholders are hostages of the Guillemot family members and Tencent who take advantage of them. This investor only holds about 1% in Ubisoft, but this is a PR disaster for the company as things just continue to get much worse for them.
I'm going to get off Rust. I'm getting off Rust, and now I'm going to go...
And look, it isn't even just Star Wars Outlaws this year, because Ubisoft has also had X-Defiant, which was supposed to be a Call of Duty competitor, and things have been tumbling badly lately. An exclusive coming from Insider Gaming.
Things have been tumbling badly lately. It's like almost like it's always like some weird erectile dysfunction, fucking, you know, what do they call this, colloquialism or whatever? Like it's like always some erectile dysfunction colloquialism when they refer to these dinosaurs and their fucking mediocre fucking slop. It's always the ED pill phrases like, oh, it failed to launch, it fell over, it couldn't stand on its own, kind of shit like that. It's hilarious. It's literally like Radiohead lyrics, like they use Radiohead lyrics to describe these fucking mediocre slop disasters. I don't have anything, friend. Just go.
Warp drive active.
Wow, targeting things takes a long time now, huh? Bye. Wow, it takes a long time to do cargo scanning, huh? Wow.
Game is on borrowed time as player numbers decline rapidly, and
borrowed time, right? Your penis can only stay hard for so long. Borrowed time. It's all this stuff. It's you're on the blue pills now because you're on borrowed time, and your blue pills aren't going to last. Your penis will eventually slop over. It'll flop and slop over because of all the slop that you produce and that you accept as mediocre. Like 7 was a good Final Fantasy game. 8 was a okay Final Fantasy game. 9 was an acceptable Final Fantasy game. 10 was mediocre. 11 was the best thing they ever did, but that was because it was like the RPG of that era, besides EverQuest and WoW. And then 12 is not mediocre, but it's not good. So I suppose you could call it mediocre. It's not truly good. It's not good like 7, you know? It's not truly good. 13... mediocre. 14, mediocre. 15, mediocre. 16 is slop. 16 is full-blown slop. Like Elden Ring. Like Dark Souls 1, truly great. Dark Souls 2, average. Dark Souls 3, mediocre. Sekiro, mediocre. I would say Bloodborne. They had to they had to make an RPG of the generation. That was their best title. You know, it just goes like this, so then they have to save themselves. And so with the reputation that they bought with Bloodborne, they sold Elden Ring. And this is and the same thing goes with Final Fantasy. With the reputation that they made with 7, 8, 9, and 10, 13 and stuff, they sold 16, 15 and 16. And that sucks. Because 15 and 16 are kind of mediocre games. I like 15, but I don't like 16. And you know, and every iteration is a little bit more mediocre. Maybe we didn't need 16 copies of Final Fantasy.
Looks like it could be shutting down in the near future.
Maybe we just didn't need that many. Just saying.
Which is unfortunate because they really expected.
Look at how many different SquareSoft RPGs, the good SquareSoft RPGs were on the Super Nintendo. All of SquareSoft list of SquareSoft RPGs on SNES, right? And you're going to see Secret of Mana was one that is not Final Fantasy. Super Mario RPG was one that was not Final Fantasy. Chrono Trigger was one that was not Final Fantasy. Secret of Evermore was one that was not Final Fantasy. Romancing Saga was one that was not Final Fantasy. Bahamut Lagoon was one that was not Final Fantasy. Treasure Hunter G, Breath of Fire, Romancing Saga, Vagrant Story, Kingdom Hearts was PlayStation 1, but I mean, look at how many different titles the Square Enix did that wasn't Final Fantasy. Chrono Cross, you know, I mean, like Front Mission, Xenogears. See how many? And now all we have is 16 copies of Final Fantasy. It seems like the mediocrity is their rule now. And I think that when the bankers showed them how much money they can make doing it, they accepted it. I think, no, mediocrity in music and television and video games, media, right? Mediocrity in media is unacceptable. And that would be the name of the video. That would be the title of the video if I were to do a video about this. But I want to do it live and in real time because I complain about this every single day. You know, I don't need to do videos about it. It comes up every single day. Your mediocrity and your halfway erect ED penis of a video game industry.
This to have a presence within the shooter market, but that just has not happened at all. Within the last 5 years, this is their stock. They've lost about.
It's another word that I keep expecting to hear all the time, but I don't. Is oh god, it's like unhealthy. I keep it like the profits were unhealthy. Like some word, something like that. What is it? It's like the profits were what do they call it? Withered. Like the profits withered. Withering is a word that I keep expecting to hear about these video game developers. Like their profits withered.
84 to 87%. This is 2021.
I think it's funny. I think it's so funny because they accepted it. They thought it was okay to make 16 Final Fantasies instead of making something new. They thought it was okay. They do it to themselves. I have no sympathy for their companies dying and them laying off 30,000 developers or whatever ungodly sinful thing that they say. You know, the thing that they say every day that's sad and alarming. Like, you know, Skill Up steps up and tells you how many fucking software developers were laid off this year. And I think, oh god, after what the devs have done to me in the last 10 years, I'm kind of laughing at their sorrow. I'm sorry, but I'm laughing at their sorrow. Haha, that'll teach you to make me run to Q-Film 8,500 times. You know, at 7 minutes and 45 seconds a pop. That'll teach you to make me run to Q-Film fucking, you know, 8,500 times, you piece of shit cocksucking developer. Fuck you. I don't care if you lose your company. After the way you treated me, I don't care. I actually sit there on the side with the popcorn, laughing at you and waiting on your doom. I think it's hilarious because you got me to buy, like, you know, 8 more copies of Final Fantasy than I should have, and 8 more copies of Halo than I should have, and 8 more copies of Skyrim than I should have, and you've been fucking me so bad. You made me do the Q-Film run 8,500 times in classic Final Fantasy 11. You don't care. You made me do the Kara attune like 15 times in classic WoW. You don't care what you do to us. You don't care what you do to our lives, so I don't care if you fail and die. It's only fair. You know, that's how you treat me, then that's how I treat you. If you cared about your games, I would care about you. Stupid, worthless piece of shit developers. I call them that at least 50 billion times a day. You know, come on, man. Like each day, I must say it's something like 4,000 times or something. Really, I'm like, seriously. I say, hey, piece of shit developer, don't act like this. At least once an hour, I say, hey, piece of shit developer, don't be like this. You know. And so now I don't have any sympathy for you as you die. I hope you do die. I don't care if they don't make good games anymore. I'll play these 3 or 4 games because I know that these games will be here. I don't know if they'll be here, but I know that like these games are likely to continue because they were successful, right? So I'll play like these 4 fucking games, you know? Damn it, you won't let me play hardcore Final Fantasy, and it's annoying to me. The lockout for 6 weeks is so stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah, I'll go back to making money and buy my thing. Oh, I was gonna cook and I forgot. Oops. Oh, I need spices, huh? That's why.
$5. You receive item. Mild spices 5.
Approaching Stargate.
You receive
So
item.
about 3
Mild
years
spices
and a
5.
half, and
Woo! Your whole industry goes
that is the
pew
best
like an
company
erectile,
that is
you know,
really
ED
just
penis.
Assassin's Creed.
Pew! It's
Anyway,
hilarious
longer video
because
than-
you're all 67 and you didn't pass on the business to us. You did it with us with the politics. You did it to us with the money. You did it to us with the investment and the banks and the loans and stuff. You didn't pass the baton. You piece of shit 67-year-old dinosaur developers. You're all dying of old age now. You didn't pass the baton or let us make any investments or let us run the world or anything like that. Or if you did, you did it in nepotism. And I'm sorry, I just don't, I don't like you. I don't like what you did to television, movie, video games, movies, video games, all of it. Like, all of it, music. I don't like what you did to all of this. I don't have to like it. Piece of shit. I don't have to like it. No one's gonna buy your slop, Oh, I have to go to Stormwind. Or, I'm sorry, Undercity. I don't want to go to Stormwind. Alright, let's go waste 10 minutes so I can learn one profession. Thanks, Blizzard.
Greetings. Our bats are well trained and fed. You'll not find faster.
Thanks.
Autopilot
Well, I guess
jumping.
it's like 5 minutes. It's not that bad. But yeah.
Usual, but a lot of
Yeah, this was good. Let's see what else he's done lately. I like these like daily dives he does. They get big hits too because he's actually really he's really on it.
Warp drive
The People versus
active.
Red Dead 2. No, Red Dead 2 was not perfect at all. The combat was horrible. What are you talking about? That terrible fucking ESO combat. No. Wait, what's this now? What happened? Oh, never mind. It's cold today. Fucking A. Yeah, the PS4 Pro thing. We're going to add to queue. Yep, and then add to queue. Concord 25k sales. Starfield is still embarrassing 1 year later. Yeah, and we'll watch all of these.
Your inventory
play
is
has no
full.
limits. The tagline for PlayStation, and yeah, after today, there certainly are some major limits, major financial limits. It
Approaching
really has
Stargate.
been a whirlwind for the last week or so with Sony. I mean, we went from Concord, that disaster, it lasted 2 weeks, and then it pretty much went quickly to Astrobot's amazing. Let's talk about Astrobot. It is amazing, and we've seen that success. Here we have an article coming from VGC. Astrobot reportedly sold more physical copies in a year.
Oh, you made a good game?
Concord did worldwide.
You made a good
Yeah,
game. Hey, good. You made a good game. Good job. I'm proud of you. You should make more good games. Yeah, but isn't that kind of a tech demo game?
5,000 worldwide sales, just truly insane for a AAA premium
inventory is full.
PlayStation experience with Concord, which again did not last 2 weeks.
Oh, my
And
inventory.
then there's also been some other news that's been going around lately. I don't think that this has really gotten the attention that maybe it deserves after what's happened today, but it's the fact that they've been increasing their prices across the board. We saw the controller price, I think it went up about $5, and then we have another one. This was a big thing out of Japan, not necessarily, worldwide, but a $90 price increase in Japan. Just very baffling decisions. I feel like Sony almost feels feels like they can do this just because of the fact they, you know, they've dominated this generation and there really is no competition coming from Nintendo or Xbox. But yeah, we have today's live stream of the PS5 Pro reveal.
Hi, I'm Mark Cerny. I'm excited to be here to talk about the newest addition to our console lineup, PlayStation 5 Pro, and how it advances gaming technology. But first,
I do like how this all leaked beforehand, just kind of funny. YouTube's end again, because this is just how it always goes. But yes, the PS5 Pro, we've been talking about it, there's been rumors about it for weeks, and this is finally the big reveal.
I want to take just a minute to look at what we put in the original PlayStation 5 and how it delivers an exceptional gaming experience. When PS5 debuted in 2020,
Your inventory is full.
it brought a lot.
I have played too much Final Fantasy XI maybe, and I might take it off my channel for a couple of months. I've hit this block where like all I want to do is get money to get more gear so I can keep soloing, and that's okay, but I want to take a break from it. I've been doing it for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I think we log here and I take it off of my title for a little while, you know? It's such an old game too, and it definitely distracts me. It takes me away from other games and stuff. Oh yeah, and we'll take Rust off of the channel. Or did I log off Rust? Yes, I did. We're done with Rust for the day.
Approaching Stargate.
EvE Online. C and V done, and and then there'll be this point where I'll come right back to it. I know I always come back, but I think I probably need a break. I'm gonna like take a break on purpose. Maybe I play Final Fantasy 15 instead.
Light letter.
I don't know.
You create light letter.
Or 76. I'm gonna play 76 instead of 11. That's what I'm gonna do. Yep. I'll get on 76 and I'll turn the music off and I'll just do it real slowly, you know. Okay, change the title, WoW Hardcore, EvE Online, Fallout 76, and the MMO Lifestyle, there we go.
Autopilot.
Double XP has been good. Oh, I waited too long. Yeah. Oops. There's a trick to logging into 76. It's hilarious.
Warp drive active.
Cooking is a lifelong pursuit, and I see we share the same passion.
You have learned how to create a new item, boiled clams. You have learned how to create a new item, coyote steak.
You create spiced wolf meat. You create spiced wolf meat.
Table.
You create
8
spiced
Zen
wolf
2
meat.
CPU cores form the brains of PlayStation 5 and enable high-speed complex gameplay, with character counts reaching into the 100.
I mean, all of this is great. I mean, they're going over the highlights here, but the one thing I will say is that there really hasn't been many games for this generation, at least first party, that have taken advantage of the hardware, especially when you're releasing games on the PlayStation 4 still, while simultaneously having them on the PS5. A lot of people feeling like that, and rightfully feeling that it's holding it back when you do decisions like that with these first-party releases. Obviously, on the second half of the PlayStation 5 lifecycle, don't think it's going to be that case anymore. Like, we're going to see some more just PlayStation 5 only releases, but it is just kind of funny how bad this generation has been about this, and also why it's kind of failed in many ways. And the justification for this PS5 Pro is something that's, in my opinion, a little bit more difficult because of all of those circumstances.
Finally, the DualSense controller has haptics that let you feel through your hands what your character is experiencing inside the game.
Like, I don't think it's an argument to be made that the PlayStation 5, it's a great console. It just feels like it hasn't been used to its potential, at least up to this point, in my opinion.
It's wonderful to see such variety and richness of game experiences. Creators have made amazing use of the hardware capabilities, but when I talk
Some of them.
to them, I do hear about their desire for more graphics performance. The dreams of the developers are bigger than can be supported at 60 frames per second, and that leads to an aspect of modern gaming that we're all familiar with: graphics modes. It can be a difficult choice for players.
Warp drive active.
Fidelity modes emphasize the visuals, typically through higher resolution rendering. These modes might also have enhanced detail or use more ray tracing.
He's not wrong.
But the games only run at 30 frames per second. The visuals can be choppier, and the controls less responsive.
He's on the money. He is right. That is one of the things I almost never go with fidelity mode, just because of how it usually underperforms, and performance is there. I think most gamers go for that for that reason. They want a fluid experience rather than, graphically beautiful.
Cooking is a lifelong pursuit, and I
Performance
see we
modes
share the same
emphasize
passion.
gameplay and interactivity, typically choosing to
You
run
have learned how
60
to create
frames
a new
per
item,
second,
Yes.
like pork ribs.
mainly by reducing the graphical detail until those frame rates can be achieved. When asked to decide on a mode, players are choosing performance about 3/4 of the time. Removing that decision, or at least narrowing that divide, is one of the key targets for PlayStation 5 Pro. We want to
Okay.
give players the graphics that the game creators
Approaching
aspire to,
Stargate.
at the high frame rates that players typically prefer.
That's a selling
To
point.
do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3. First, we made the GPU much larger and increased the speed of the memory it uses. The
Those are impressive results right there.
result is rendering that's up to 45% faster. Second, we made major upgrades to the ray tracing, taking a streamlined and accelerated approach that allows calculation of the rays at double or even triple the speeds of PlayStation 5. And finally, we added custom hardware for machine learning and an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short. PSSR analyzes the game images pixel by pixel and can add an extraordinary amount of detail, which boosts the effective resolution of the games.
I don't think there's an argument to be made. All of this is very impressive, at least just so far what you've said. It really is. But again, it always comes down to cost and the games.
Game creators are adding PS5 Pro support to new and existing titles. And with the Big
Yay.
3 involved, the results can be pretty amazing.
Autopilot
With
jumping.
graphics showing something like fidelity levels of detail, but it doubled the frame rate. Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on...
Wait, why are we using a game that came out, what 5 years ago?
Warping to
At least, I
Stargate.
think?
Warp drive
Very confusing
active.
why we're
'Cause
not
they're
using a new
thieves
game or
and
an
scam
upcoming game to
artists.
show off these
They're
results.
scam
but
artists.
Sure, whatever.
They're thieves.
PS5.
They're con artists.
It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super
easy.
smooth 60 frames per second.
Easy, simple.
I mean, it looks nice, but at the same time,
Yeah.
again, I'm just baffled. Why are you using The Last of Us Part 2?
Yeah.
I mean,
what?
I guess maybe because it's one of the most successful games the last generation or so for PlayStation, I guess, but I don't know why they wouldn't use an upcoming game to show off these results, to get people, excited for whatever Naughty
You have learned
Dog,
how to
Sony
create
Santa
a new
Monica,
item,
Sucker
not your
Punch has been
snacker.
working on. But maybe I'm digging a little too deep.
Let's
Or maybe
compare
not.
this to the Fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is
Graphically, I don't see much of a difference, but that's just me. There's maybe slight little things right here. I'm not seeing much, though, to be fair.
therefore much choppier.
You receive loot. Raw Rosa Whisker Catfish.
This goal of delivering almost fidelity-like graphics at performance frame rates has been achieved for a broad set of titles.
Let's see. Okay, I mean, you can see it with some of the motion stuff here. But again, is that enough to spend a couple $100 more than the PlayStation 5? Guess that's up for people to decide.
Including Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We can see that PS5 Pro is close to doubling the power of PlayStation 5.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit more fluid.
Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail. PS5 Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5.
There's definitely again, it's definitely noticeable to a degree.
For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet.
But again, why are they using games that came out years ago for this presentation? It's very confusing to me, almost baffling. Like, why not show off some of the new games coming up?
It's not baffling to me.
Distant details are much clearer. And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees and procedural cars.
To Stargate. Warp drive.
So
active.
overall, some remarkable improvement to the games.
Definitely.
On PS5 Pro, we can see increased sharpness to the graphics or smoother and more responsive gameplay. This is the big three showing their value. As you've been seeing, machine learning via the PSSR library is being used quite broadly to add pixel detail and boost frame rate. But there are as many approaches as there are game engines. The increase in raw GPU power is being especially effective for Horizon Forbidden West. Apart from the detail boost, that extra graphics power is allowing for improvements to lighting and visual effects.
I mean, the thing is with these games, you can also just play them on PC, and I think you have probably much better results anyway. Especially since Last of Us Part 2, Horizon Forbidden West, I think I think most of these are on PC at this point. So again, why are we not showing off some new games to show off, to get us excited? But hey, maybe there is a PlayStation State of Play coming out. Maybe that is the plan, but it feels like this is a missed opportunity. So there is no argument.
The hair and the skin in cinematic.
It is stunning.
Open up, guys. Jor's orders.
Good enough for me.
Ray tracing is finding broad usage as well, particularly when the games are focused on higher frame rates. The faster hardware in PS5 Pro can make a real difference. Allowing Gran Turismo 7 to add ray-traced reflections between the cars.
You know what I'm thinking? I wonder if they actually had like a game like Concord footage for it, and they had to scrap it immediately because of
I bet that's it.
So. That would be hilarious. I don't know if that's actually what happened here, but it would be hilarious. Yeah.
In gameplay, while continuing to support their targeted 60 frames per second. That boost in ray tracing is also delivering big wins for Hogwarts Legacy.
Okay.
Allowing not only for better reflections and a greater variety of reflective surfaces,
okay,
but also for further realism in the casting of shadows. I hope you've enjoyed this run-through of the technology behind PlayStation 5 Pro. Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built, and a worthy addition to the PS5 family.
Now show the console off. Let's see it.
Let me wrap this up by giving you a quick look at a number of games running on the new console.
Alright, maybe there is some upcoming games here. Maybe. Alright, well, we gotta mute that for copyright music reasons, but I think he's gonna show off the... Let's see. We can skip forward a little bit on this. And here it is. That is the PS5 Pro. And, I guess, what is this, more footage of these games? Okay, I mean, it looks stunning, it does. No argument about that. I still don't understand why we're using games that came out a couple of years ago as evidence of this, the PS5 Pro for reasons why people should buy this, especially story games that most people have already played at this point. Why not do this with upcoming titles? Again, I've said this multiple times so far. It's just really, I don't understand the decision with that. Yeah, I mean, it does look extremely detailed. It looks great. Okay, now we're showing... Okay, there's an upcoming game, not PlayStation, though. Very brief, I suppose. And then, yeah. Also, another third-party game that already came out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They do this really quickly. We're at, what, 843 out of 939 with the video. Vertical stand sold separately. Well, that's nice. Well, the price got to come down a little bit because of that. What are they thinking? Oh my god. $700? I mean, I knew it was going to cost more than the PlayStation 5, but this is fucking $700, and they didn't even lower it for you Europeans. Oh my gosh. So in total, with taxes included, this is going to be like what, 780, 790. That's insane to me. Is there anything else here? Let's see. I think that's it. Okay, this was literally the very end of the video. I don't think there's anything else here. And yeah, play has no limits. I love that. There's some financial limits there. Jesus. Wow, that was insane to me. And then if you go down to the comment section, I mean, I noticed this immediately. It's getting disliked quite badly so far. It's probably going to increase in the number of hours to follow, because I think a lot of people were extremely excited. I mean, they see all these results. It looks, the fidelity mode, everything sounds extremely impressive about this. And then they just drop that bomb at the end. They're like, oh yeah, $700 for this, which reminds me of the PlayStation 3 when they did that infamously, and it failed badly at the time. One of the biggest console failures at the time, but I guess maybe they realize they can pull this type of stuff mid-generation, which does make me a little bit nervous for what Xbox may end up doing if they do have a mid-gen refresh. I'm not sure if they will. Then there's also the fact that the PlayStation 6 and Xbox, whatever, who knows what those prices are going to be. Jeez, especially if we're setting it at $700 for this type of these results. But yeah, as you can see, $700 with no vertical stand and wait, no disk drive. There's no disc. Okay, had to briefly cut the video and find, yeah, there is no disk drive with this. I should have noticed it on the side of it, but yeah, there is no disk drive with this. And there's no vertical stand, so you have to pay an extra $80 for the disk drive with taxes. What, that's like 86, I'm not great with math, but $86 or so. And then we have the vertical stand, which is another $30, so $31, $32. So that's what, another extra $100, $110, something like that, on top of the $770, $780 you have to pay. So this is like a almost $900 you have to spend on all of this. That is fucking insane. You Europeans almost have to spend $1,000, I think, with all of the, when you convert the prices and such. That's just baffling in my opinion. And as articles are coming out, they have pointed out, yeah, the PS5 Pro will cost $200 more than the base console. And that is extremely unimpressive in my opinion, and just a true disaster of how they've handled this. But again, I think that they really believe that they can do this and they are going to have success, because ultimately I think most people are going to pivot to just the base PS5 console. And then when they, especially when they look at these prices, but when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, there's not many games that are going to take advantage of the PS5 Pro, at least that have been announced. Maybe that changes in the coming weeks, but there is no game that I can look at saying, I just have to get a PlayStation 5 Pro for that. Especially when you look at the graphical side of this and stuff. I mean, it is impressive. There's more details there with some of these games, but again, I'll just play it on PC with some of these releases, especially, you know, games that came out 5 or so years ago. But what, Grand Theft Auto 6 is the only game I can think of that may really take advantage of the PS5 Pro. But yeah, taking a look at the comment section, yeah, $700 and no vertical stand and disk drive is insane. It ended so abruptly after the price reveal, like they just threw a flash ping in the room and ran. $700 without a disk drive is diabolical. I agree. It's the most powerful console that we've ever built. Would have been confusing if it wasn't. That's fair. $800 for background detail in a game is insanity. Bold decision by Sony leaving the comment section enabled after announcing with that price point. And again, I think the reason why it still has like 65,000 likes is because of the fact that most people are not quite getting there to the end point, or they see all these impressive results about the fidelity and the background detail. But yeah, very, very bold move from PlayStation here at this price point. And then we have some 4K images of the PS5 Pro shared by Jeff Keighley. I'm pretty sure this is just on the PlayStation website. But, I mean, the console, it does look nice. I like the design, the 3 little lines. I think that's what, for the fans or such. But it does look very cool. It looks impressive. There's no argument about that. And then, again, I just love how, I don't think you can see it with my face cam on, but I love in the little small screen in the corner. See if I can show you. But yeah, vertical stand sold separately. It does look nice. I mean, that's the one nice thing I can say about the console. And then there is the PlayStation 5 Pro console reveal trailer, which is just the, you know, the look of the console and everything. Oh my god, the next leap. I don't think that this was included. It wasn't in console gaming, or maybe it was. Yeah, I think it was. But Yeah, this trailer has 35,000 dislikes, more dislikes
You
than
receive
likes.
raw
That
brilliant small fish.
kind of shows you how upset people are with the price point that they have for this console. And yeah, $700, no disc drive, no stand, incredible. The PS6 is sold
right.
without a controller, and the PS7 is sold in bundles so you can assemble it yourself. Yeah, people are mad, and I think rightfully for how this has been handled. And what they're trying to do here, which is total nonsense, but it does set a precedent, a dangerous one, for what's to come in the next generation. We do have a number of tweets about this stuff. Jeff Keighley also showed that the tagline is "Witness Play Unleashed." Witness that fucking price point instead. That's what this is all about. Some other tweets about this, that PS5 Pro price. That's Major Nelson, big Xbox guy years ago. I think he retired, but he is right. That is the overall opinion I think everybody has about this. It truly is a disaster in my opinion, which it's been that way the last couple weeks for PlayStation, but they did have a brief moment with Astrobot, and then yeah, somebody pointed out, this is a great meme actually, yeah, it's so over Concord. And again, those live service plans for PlayStation, just really disastrous stuff right now. Made a very detailed video, check it out, my last one. Yeah, PlayStation's gone all in on live services, and that's not going to slow down. But hey, we did get a smaller game like Astrobot. Hopefully that, I thought maybe that would send the right message. I doubt it will, but it's great to see that game having great success. And then, well, we're back to being on the bottom with this PS5 Pro price reveal. Somebody else pointing out, again, a callback to the PlayStation 3 all those years ago. Adjusted with inflation, it's a lot more, but still, I mean, $700 is, I think I was expecting maybe $600. I mean, I knew it was going to cost more than the PS5, but I just didn't expect them to go that far with this, especially with the regional costs too. For those in Europe, my God, I feel so sorry for you guys. You're going to have to spend even more. We do have some more tweets about this. Yeah, Tom Henderson even saying, yeah, play has no limits. It fucking does, and it's $700 for sure. Another individual saying, corporate wants you to find the difference with these two pictures. I agree. I don't see that much. I mean, there's certainly little details that you can find. I think this is an out of... we saw some differences definitely within that trailer, but it's not to the extent that, you're going to spend a couple $100s or more, or you're going to be going out of your way to get rid of your PlayStation 5 and then, getting a PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't think that's going to happen. There's very few games that are going to make you say that. And so far, we haven't really seen any, except for maybe Grand Theft Auto 6, which won't be coming to PC day one. And I do think people want...
You know what I suspect with...
Warp drive active.
Oops, yeah. I'll make sure... Yeah, I'm public. Okay, good. And, Oh, that's wrong, though. Gotta make it mini player. And, must change title to you. There we go. Gaming, save. And, there we go. Now, what am I doing? I am...
Approaching Stargate.
Teleporting to this station. Ooh, cool. Yeah, what's he selling, huh? 10mm, 5mm. Wow, some plans for a lot. Snowman head, backpack flare, peppermint, black backpack flare, cryptid mobile. What is a cryptid mobile? This guy has a lot of plans. Wall-mounted fan, winter icicle lights. That one seems pretty cool. There's a plan for the fixer. Where did you get all of these?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Safari Crocolosis backpack. Safari Gorilla backpack. Presidential power suit. Oh. Anyways. Interesting stuff.
Raw brilliant small fish.
Plan for medical malpractice. Oh my god. Well, he has an interesting store. I'm going to hang out here for a little while.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
My master seems like a little low. Yeah, the master is low. It used to be at like 30, I think. There, better. Okay, we will sell whatever new stuff I've got. Any drugs? Medics. Man, imagine if they sold like meth, pure meth and heroin and cocaine and speed and stuff, and like neighborhood fucking vendors like that. It'd be fucking sweet. Wait, there's plans in here. Oh yeah. Wait, but do I? Oh, I don't have the metal building set or the brick building set.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
2,200 for some reason. Why? It's cold in here. I wish it would warm up.
Serve and protect.
The first thing we're going to sell is all of that stuff.
At your service, ma'am.
Autopilot jumping.
Hey, nice.
May I be of assistance?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
At your service, ma'am. Serve and protect.
You receive loot. Raw bristle whisker catfish.
Want to get the best experience possible, and PlayStation 5 Pro may be where a lot of people go for that. Yeah, the PS5 Pro has lines across the middle of the console, which are a nod to the lines Sony executives were doing when they priced the thing. I agree. And then IGN did do a little poll. 32,000, 85% said that they would not be buying the PS5 Pro. I think that lines up with how I think most people feel about this. But hey, PlayStation feels that they can pull this nonsense and they're going to have success because ultimately people will go ahead and just buy the base PS5 console, or for those who have that extra money, they're going to go for the PS5 Pro. But ultimately, just very disturbing that they thought that this was the way to go with this, and it does make me feel like the generation to follow is not going to be great. But anyway, $700, no disk drive, no vertical stand. It's certainly a decision, one that I'm sure that they're going to make a lot of money from, but it's obviously going to upset the gamer base how we are seeing right now. I think there's just a total what the fuck were they thinking with this. But hey, they are Sony. They think that they can do this when they don't have any competition from their competitors. They can do stuff like this, and here they are. And I don't think Xbox is going to fight back with a mid-gen refresh. They tried doing that, I think, a little bit with like the Xbox Series consoles with how they were priced and such, but it just didn't I don't think it had the results that they hoped for, and I think Phil Spencer years ago said that they lost the console generation that mattered, and I agree. But that is why I think competition really does matter in this industry, because Sony thinks that they can do this, and I think they can. I don't love it myself, but that's the market that we are living in right now. Ultimately, though, a lot of PlayStation 5 games are eventually releasing on PC, so a lot of people, I think, will just go that route, maybe buy and invest into that hardware, which I do think is the future for this industry. And hey, who knows what's going to happen with these PlayStation 5 games? Maybe they'll release day and date eventually into the future. I don't think so, but maybe it'll get a little closer. Anyway, what do you make of the PlayStation 5 reveal? I think it's a total disaster, but I'm sure PlayStation's going to make a lot of money from this, and there's a reason why that they went ahead with this. I'm sure they did their market research, they did everything to know that they can pull something like this off, and unfortunately, it's probably going to have a lot of success. Anyway, let me know your thoughts on this down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later. It's without a doubt that PlayStation's Concord will go down as one of the biggest failures in video game history. It is one of the biggest flops ever for PlayStation, and it truly is baffling that this is, well, one of their first big entries in the live service arena. This is the area that Jim Ryan, before he departed, wanted them to be all in on after their success with a bunch of single-player cinematic story games the last generation or so. But so far, the live service jump has not been very successful. It's been a lot of hits and misses. Even Helldivers 2, which was a massive success, has been experiencing some massive woes as of late. But with Concord, it's just a whole different level of failure. And it was something that wasn't too shocking to a lot of us. When we talked about this game initially a couple months ago with that debut trailer, it was pretty obvious, like, holy crap, this looks horrible. The art direction is god-awful. And that's why it was mass disliked on YouTube. But then came the open beta, in which absolutely nobody was even interested in. That should have put off red flags, not just for us, but PlayStation. But they continued down this road, and they were selling $40 hero shooter at a time when Apex Legends, Valorant, Overwatch, Paladins, Deadlock, Marvel's Rivals, all these other amazing hero shooters coming from established AAA developers. I guess Firewalk thought that they had something different, something unique, although it was just 1970s Guardians of the Galaxy, even worse version, I should say. And I guess one of the major selling points was that they're going to have weekly cinematics, but now none of that's going to matter. As you can see, again, this is the open beta. It failed to top 2,500 concurrent players. This is why I am skeptical, even if this game were to go free to play one of these days, I don't think there would be interest unless they completely redesigned all of the characters and somehow changed the art style, and I don't think that's feasible. There's just some games in which their foundation is set up for failure, and this is a great example of it. And right now, for what it's worth, on Concord's player base, this is why PlayStation's giving up on this experience. As you can see, 104 players right now, and it peaked at 110. And over the last couple of days, the last 10 days the game has been out, it peaked at like almost 700, and it's been a slow decline every single day. This is why PlayStation doesn't want to invest further resources into it, and I don't think you can blame them at this point. But this is the big announcement that everybody is talking about today. It is the announcement that Concord is just done. Everybody's getting a refund. The last time I think PlayStation did that was with Cyberpunk, and it was because it was a buggy disaster. An important update on Concord. The article goes on to say, Concord fans, we've been listening closely to your feedback since the launch of Concord. Should have been listening a lot longer before then on PlayStation 5 and PC, and want to thank everyone who has joined the journey aboard the North Star. Your support and the passionate community that has grown around the game has meant the world to us. And again, it is important to mention that estimates have said that this game probably sold around 25,000 copies. So that means the game probably made $1 million. This game was in development for at least 5 to 8 years. Full development, I should say, probably 5 years. So it probably cost them at least $100 million for this game. The studio is based out of Washington, probably a bunch of developers making over 6 figures, so massive budget, just non-existent sales, worst case scenario, and there is no path forward right now. And they say, this is the big announcement that everybody's absolutely shocked by, but I don't know if I'm too shocked by it. However, while many qualities of the experience resonated with players, we also recognize that other aspects of the game and our initial launch didn't land the way we intended. Therefore, at this time, we have decided to take the game offline beginning September 6, 2024, and explore options including those that will better reach our players. I think there is a solid chance that we never see Concord ever again, because ultimately you go back to the open beta in which this game wasn't even topping 2,500. And then you look at the market right now, Deadlock's popping off, massive player base right now, Marvel's Rivals is quickly approaching, other multiplayer offerings like Black Ops 6 are set to launch very, very soon. I don't see a path forward in which Concord has a future. First impressions matter, and they'd have to completely redesign Concord to make it a unique experience, flesh it out, and I just don't know if that's feasible at this point. Unless PlayStation takes the loss eventually, releasing a free-to-play alternative and just giving it time to grow, and I don't know if they will do that. They continue saying, while we determine the best path forward, Concord sales will cease immediately, and we will begin to offer a full refund for all gamers who have purchased the game for PlayStation 5 or PC. So looks like I am $40 richer at this point, which thanks PlayStation, I guess, because truthfully I did regret buying that, but you know, content I suppose, and I had to check it out for myself. If you purchase the game for PlayStation 5 from the PlayStation Store, PlayStation Direct, a refund will be issued back to your original payment
You're like
method,
refunding
and then
games
they go on
now.
to mention all the other places in which the game will be
Catfish.
refunded to. Once refunded, players will no longer have access to the game. We'll keep you updated, and thank you again to all the free gunners who have joined us in the Concord Galaxy. So those 3 highly made cinematics are indeed the only cinematics we're going to get, and I'm sure that they had a ton of others that were already ready to go. I mentioned this in the last video. I was wondering if we'd ever see them. I didn't think it was going to be this soon, 10 days after launch, and it's gone. But some of the reactions that we have so far, Gene Park saying that Concord's PlayStation Store page is already down. You can see Astrobot instead. Again, they are immediately moving to get this game off the market, completely out of mind, and it does make me skeptical that we are ever going to see this game. And then PlayStation's own announcement for this, I do find it funny that they turned off replies. I guess they didn't want to see people dancing on its grave, and that's what people would have been doing. We have a former Bungie developer saying No Man's Sky, Elder Scrolls Online, Rainbow Six Siege. There are so many games that have proven that this doesn't mean the end. With the right moves, the right support, we could see Concord come back in a massive way. That's a win for the players and the devs. They've got my support. I'm all for this, but I just don't see that. I don't see the success that people are talking about, especially since you'd have to redesign all of the characters. I mean, let's look at the characters. I mean, you want to bring up, this is one of the major problems of Concord. You got a boring ass robot, you got knockoff Drax, and then you just got a bunch of really questionable character designs that probably will go down as some of the worst. It reminds me of Bleeding Edge, and the success of this game reminds me of Lawbreakers, and those games didn't last long for a reason. Del Walker, another former developer, I think Naughty Dog as well, saying 6+ year development times are dangerous. Yes, they are. For studios not named like Naughty Dog, Rockstar, this shouldn't be happening in industry, especially for Firewalk. This is a studio, I think that this was their first big game, and I would not be surprised that this is it for them, just because of how volatile the AAA games industry is, and how quick they are to knock off the studios that just aren't there to, printing results. When that game and similar was conceived, Destiny 1 was king. PUBG was the top-selling PC game. Overwatch just won Game of the Year, and yeah, they wanted that. They wanted to leech off of that, just with no distinct identity, unfortunately. Anthem was an exciting whisper. I don't know about that one. And Fortnite had just gone from 1 to 35 million concurrent players in 7 months. It does show how fast the AAA games industry can evolve and change, and they did have 6 to 8 years to realize and pivot, but they never did. Daniel Ahmad, games analyst, saying, honestly, kind of wild how Sony went from Helldivers to a massive success for their games as a service push to Concord in just a few months. And it's also important to remember that Helldivers 2 has been plummeting quite a bit lately, and a lot of that is to do with the developers really not having a path forward for that live service experience. I think the success of Helldivers 2 came out of the middle of nowhere for Arrowhead, but hopefully they'll get that thing turned around eventually, but so far it's been kind of messy as of late. Jez Cord, another games journalist, saying Concord isn't even a bad game. It wasn't a buggy game. Seems the idea that you can make a widely successful premium multiplayer game this side of Call of Duty is probably just impossible in today's market. Hope Sony sticks it out and gives it free-to-play pivot.
It's not impossible. You just guys have to evolve.
Had an open beta. I do think that this imaginary narrative people are giving around, I am extremely skeptical that free-to-play will at all work for this game unless they completely redesign all aspects of the experience in terms of its character design, in terms of the theme it was going for, and I don't think that's possible, especially with the time investment, the money investment that would be needed for Firewalk to completely change the experience and to, I guess, again, first impressions matter with Concord, and people did not at all have any interest in this experience when it came out in the open beta, and then when it cost $40, and I don't think that's going to change unless there's some big fundamental change to the experience, and I don't think that comes down to gameplay, because the gameplay's fine. It's nothing earth-shattering and nothing innovative. It's just fine. It's got some fun gunplay in my opinion. Some of the map design I think works, but at this point in time in this market, you have to stand out, and Concord does not in a positive way. And for the crowd that keeps on saying that this is a amazing 10 out of 10 game, I hope it gets free to play eventually. It's not. It's a game that has had some extremely negative reviews. It actually is probably one of the worst reviewed PlayStation games in a while. Only 64 on OpenCritic, weak reviews, 24% recommended. And yeah, you got like an IGN 7 out of 10, then you got PC Gamer giving it a 45. And again, I will say it's really weird how games media, a lot of these articles are neglecting to mention one of the major problems with Concord. And again, it is its character design. It's extremely unappealing, but they don't want to bring this up at all in any of these articles and interviews, and it's just very weird to me. We did here have the GameSpot editor mentioning the game was doomed to failure. Unfortunately, Sony is more interested in the business model more than the game. Again, this was always the case with the live service entry a couple of years ago, and the timing on it couldn't have been worse. It's a real shame since it was clearly well made. RIP. I again disagree with that latter remark there. He says, I think games as a service is a fool's errand. I agree with that one, particularly when that's the intent from the outset. The chances of success are minuscule, and betting millions of dollars and the jobs of hundreds on that is unhinged behavior. We did have another host producer in the industry saying my heart breaks for Firewalk Studios. Again, there's nothing happy about the fact that we're probably going to see a bunch of developers losing their jobs here. I will ultimately say that. I will also say that whoever was in charge, I think it's idiotic that these people will continue this industry with no consequences likely, because these executives should have known from the onset that there was major problems with this game, specifically the art direction. Just like the art director for this game, I don't know how they have a job after this, because the fact that they thought that this was going to have interest baffles me. The fact that it wasn't even given at least 6 months, this game would probably, PlayStation's financials would be going down the toilet, especially with the millions that they probably have to spend on those cinematics alone. To properly sit through a season and adjust as a proper live service. Again, the problem is not the gunplay, it's not the gameplay. It baffles me people keep on jumping at this conclusion. Stop neglecting to mention the major problem with Concord. The fact that its theme, everything about it, it's just extremely unappealing to gamers, the mass player base, people that are interested in multiplayer games like this, especially when there are cheaper free-to-play options out there. Again, yeah, they wanted to adjust to a proper live service game. It's insane to me that they didn't allow that. It's very clear PlayStation didn't believe in this from the start and failed to support it. Well, they gave it 8 years of development, probably $100 million budget, so they did believe in it. I think they stopped believing in it when that YouTube trailer for it tanked, and then the open beta tanked. But again, it's important to remember that right now PlayStation, how they're going about live services, it really is questionable. Because we had The Last of Us Online. That was canceled finally earlier on this year. That's probably the one live service game that was going to have, no matter what, tons of success just because, again, it's attached to a massive IP such as The Last of Us. Helldivers 2 has fallen on rough times as of late. Then this is a multiplayer game I almost completely forgot about just because of how forgettable it was, and it was controversial at the time. This is a CGI trailer for Fair Games. I think a lot of you forgot about this, but yeah, as you can see, 18,000 dislikes kind of tells you all you need to know. I didn't know there was another Concord already until people reminded me. There's nothing to make out of this footage. It just looks like a heist game. You see a couple of characters running, shooting. It's supposed to be really fun, but we'll see with this one, especially once we actually see a proper gameplay reveal. But the initial impressions, quite negative here and down the comment section below. And yeah, as I typed a couple of days ago, oh no. The irony of a live service game based on eating the rich is levels of irony even I can't comprehend, and I'm fueled by it. Eat the Rich, the game, is the most corporate vision ever. Yeah, I get people making fun of this trailer. This is something we talked about a couple of months ago. Then we have Marathon, Bungie's biggest new IP that's supposed to be coming sometime next year. and everything that's been coming out of this game is absolute disastrous news for PlayStation. Marathon reportedly flopped amongst playtesters amid Bungie chaos. This was 2023. Then we had the recent update. This is the big news the last week or so, and it's the fact that Bungie fired the Marathon director after a misconduct investigation. It's just all around bad news for PlayStation right now after they've jumped into the live service arena, and it does not appear it's going to be getting better anytime soon. Anyway, the lessons with Concord will not be learned from this industry, because we just keep on having this repeat of failures in which you think that the industry is going to learn a lesson, but then we see another game that does pretty much the exact same thing, and it's repeated over and over again. It's a cycle of non-stop bullshit. But yeah, let me know, what do you make of Concord being shut down, refunds being given out? This is definitely amongst PlayStation's biggest flops ever, biggest failure ever. Let me know down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
I don't want to
The
waste
last time
any
we
more
talked about
ammo on this
Starfield, It was
thing.
around the
Autopilot
8-month
jumping.
mark in which Bethesda had produced very little post-launch support. In that video, we explored the fact that the game just was not good enough, especially for a developer that at one point led this industry by example. Bethesda has for a while now been falling behind, as other developers in the RPG genre have pushed the medium forward with expansive choice and consequence, cinematic presentation, realistic animation and AI, superb writing, and polished fluid gameplay. These characteristics, in many regards, is what Bethesda has struggled with this last decade. Flaws that have become more and more glaring as time has gone on. Innovation and technological advancements in the industry have in some regards been Bethesda's worst enemy. This opinion is one that many have felt, thus why the user reviews for Starfield have been so
Yeah,
divisive.
95% chance,
There
huh?
is just not one specific thing to look at for why Bethesda's first new IP in decades has struggled to grab audiences. Some will bring up the game engine, some will bring up the lackluster world building, some will bring up the bugs, some will bring up the empty planets, some will bring up the loading screen, some will bring up the lack of identity. The one common feeling is that Bethesda needs to be better, and this quality will not be good enough for the Elder Scrolls 6, a game people have been waiting well over a decade for, Bethesda's next big RPG. Some are indeed bracing for the worst. Now, with that last video I did on Starfield, the response from many of you was in agreement that Starfield was not good enough and it was aging poorly, but there certainly was a vocal crowd that wanted everyone to know that they think everyone is wrong about Starfield and people like myself are just hating to hate. Such a hater, this is where haters come to cry. I've never seen so many goofballs keep up with a game they hate so much. None of you matter. It's a Bethesda game. They have their identity and don't care for your opinion, and I respect that. It's definitely aging like Gein wine now. Aging poorly? That shit was... Oh wait. Arguing with individuals like this is basically arguing with a wall, as they view this mediocrity as just the Bethesda-style RPG. Most will acknowledge the flaws I mentioned earlier, but write it off as just the typical thing you see in games, and really not that big of a deal because they still think the game can be fun. This neglects to mention these flaws are many that have followed Bethesda for over a decade, and only been amplified with Starfield's wider scope of 1,000 planets in which seamless space exploration is hindered by technological constraints. And certainly, Bethesda Game Studios is not held to the same
How is it
standard as the rest
hindered?
of the industry, as they in many regards set the example
EvE has done
of
it for
the
20
AAA
years.
open world RPG years
What?
ago. So indeed, people like myself are more critical, far more critical,
Docking
and that is
permission
because
requested.
I have a love for franchises like Fallout and the Elder Scrolls. I want them to be better,
Docking request
but this is a
accepted.
conversation that really began around Fallout 4's launch, and we are still having that conversation a decade later. Todd Howard and May even acknowledged that they want this harsh criticism from fans.
These franchises and the time that people spend in the games, they're really, really important to them. You wish people would be nicer, but it does matter a lot to them. At the end of the day, the fans and the consumers, they should, if it's not living up to what they want out of it, we expect that criticism. We need to hear it, and we need to get better, and we're really, really welcoming of it. We're actually like our harshest critics here in terms of all of that.
Starfield is by no means the worst video game ever. It's more frustrating than anything else. And the longer you play, experiencing the other playthroughs, the Starborn twist with New Game Plus, venturing on to different procedurally generated tiles, That frustration grows because of the game's lacking identity and constraints. Bethesda, though, has been working these last few months with better fleshing out Starfield with a series of improvements, many of which I see as welcome additions. In May, Starfield finally got an overhaul to its god-awful in-game surface maps, along with new difficulty options and ship interior decoration tools. Right around the Xbox Summer Showcase, Bethesda announced that creations were coming to the game. There was new bounty hunting missions, a new bounty hunting scanner tool, craftable ammo, melee weapon tiers, and some other smaller gameplay improvements. All of this is good, but it doesn't and has not changed the perception surrounding the game. It also doesn't help that the quality of this content is hit or miss. New Tracker Alliance missions, well, that's kinda cool until you realize Bethesda is using its paid mods creation hub to sell official content. It's really bizarre why this just isn't sold as DLC content, because that's exactly what it is. But selling a $7 quest, it's not a good look. It's nickel and diming. Made worse by the fact that the quest line is over in about 20 minutes. You travel to Cheyenne, go do the job board, and are tasked with finding the Vulture as they become a national security threat. This takes you to a different system after the annoying loading screens in which you need to investigate a military outpost where the Vulture was last spotted. When arriving, there's a scout there that, before dying, alerts you to the fact that the Vulture is shooting at range. You clear out some of his goons and then go to a cave system nearby and quickly do the same. Gain information and then back to Cheyenne to inquire about the Vulture's identity, which then sends you to the planet with a hotel. You arrive, go to his supposed last location, which is a hotel room, and surprise, it's an ambush as nearby he's shooting at you. After a lengthy walk up to the cliff he's camped out on, you take him out, and the quest is over. It ends in an awkward manner, with it almost seeming like you can turn him into a specific authority, but abruptly it just ends. There's a few other ways to finish the quest, but still charging $7 for this is baffling in my opinion. So much so that we even had Todd Howard being asked about this pricing, which he basically admitted they need to be better about this.
First of all, I say that stuff gets priced based on,
First of all,
things that we've done before, both in Creation Club and then Fallout 76, and we're always trying to be kind of looking at what else is out there, really make sure we're giving value to everybody, and where we're not, hey, we definitely will adjust. The one thing I want to say on the Trackers Alliance, that was really an attempt to something we did in Creation Club, where we'd say, hey, you get this special outfit and you get this special weapon. We kind of wanted to put them together and then thought, well, let's go the extra mile and wrap those around a quest. But now we definitely see the feedback, right? And it's like not what we want at all in terms of, oh no, this looks like a faction that we're chopping up and then selling for 700 credits at a time. And so I do think we're going to take a look at that and how we deliver content, like that, and whether we're changing pricing or breaking it up or what we should do there.
Now, that was the paid Tracker Alliance quest. The other free one also comes alongside issues. But before we continue, this video is brought to you by War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, allowing players to control over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations with a wide array of new and iconic options. In War Thunder, you can expect tense and engaging combat, detailed vehicles, realistic visuals, and authentic sound that immerses you.
Gonna go pee real quick. Oh no, I'm over.
Go
do that.
For
do
fans
that
of military
first.
history and those that just love high-quality, optimized PvP experiences, join a community of over 70 million players for free on PC and PlayStation or Xbox. Expansive customization options, intricate vehicle damage models, and 3 distinct modes, each catering to a specific playstyle. War Thunder awaits you on the battlefield to take part in the action. Do so by following my link in the description or pinned comment down below to sign up and get started now. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months also receive a massive bonus pack across all platforms that include multiple premium vehicles, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. It's available for a limited time only, so jump in today. The setup for this quest is
I'm gonna
having
go
you use
pee.
the
I'll be right
bounty
back.
hunting scan feature to find an associate of the Starjacker, the man that you're trying to hunt down. After a short conversation and some persuasion work, he gives us intel to the chop shop, where this criminal is supposedly hiding out in. After clearing out hordes of enemies in zero gravity, we eventually find a ship key we need for the quest to continue. This is where the quest begins to bug out and leaves me confused for a lengthy period of time. I go back to the ship, unlock it, clear it out, and there is zero indication of what I'm supposed to do next to find the Starjacker. I do find a computer terminal, but everything within it is locked out. So I left the ship eventually and searched everywhere, to then resorting to finding a guide online which highlights that the UI for myself glitched out, and it didn't mention that I needed to find an area above the ship for the quest to continue. This is a clip of my frustration. So anyway, I had to go watch a YouTube video for this to fucking work. Because for some reason this didn't load. I've been walking around like an idiot, so confused. But I guess I had to go up here, and I had no idea. Just the typical nature of these buggy Bethesda games. Jesus, dude. But because I went up in this area, now I think I can go down into this ship, and it'll give me the option that I was supposed to have originally. And watch, I'm going to go to the computer, and it's going to give me the option to shoot this stupid fucking missile. Watch this. Yeah, it's going to have the option. There it is. Every single time with these Bethesda experiences. The rest of the quest is whatever, as I just didn't care at that point. It was ruined. This is a constant with these Starfield updates, something that has become Bethesda's reputation. Infamously, Skyrim's main quest was bugged out for me. I needed a mod to fix that. But then Fallout 4, still to this day, a couple of quests never could be completed on my main save because they just stopped working. Fallout 76 had high-profile examples of these broken updates, and even earlier this year, the next-gen update for Fallout 4 broke the game in a number of ways that still have not been fixed. This is the unacceptable shit that some fans wish for me to ignore, but it's astonishing how buggy these experiences always end up being. Even Starfield's latest update, which introduced a land vehicle, has broken part of the game for me on the Xbox Series X. The vehicle in of itself is yet another example of a nice new addition that probably should have been there day one. Its function is getting you from point A to point B faster, and it does that. Its combat function is not all that great, but you can ram into enemies or shoot an energy blast at them. It drives alright with limited physics, like it'll float in the water, it'll push through snow or sand, it has a useful headlamp, and you can maneuver it around enough with launching into the air, boosting your speed. It is nice to have with some new NPC lines, but its function with traversal is limited as the game wasn't built with it in mind. It's basically Mass Effect's Mako, and that's fine. The problem, however, with this new vehicle update is that for many players it has made many planets look like this, which, yeah, not great.
What?
For myself, a new problem that I've run into is that procedurally generated tiles won't stop freezing. No matter the settings, performance, or visual mode, this is persistent. When experimenting with the new land vehicle, I was bumping into some animals, testing it out, to then a glitch emerging with me being launched into the air, and then the game freezing, and then eventually completely crashing. I did post this clip.
My God, the frames look bad, and he's got a 4090.
Responses, which ranged from typical Bethesda to, well, it runs fine on my system, to, why do you even cover this game if you're not enjoying it, which is probably the dumbest remark you could make to someone that is covering and reviewing contents of a game. Being the Starfield hater that I supposedly am, I noticed that within this new August update, Bethesda also introduced a new paid quest in their Creations Hub, and it's probably my favorite gameplay experience in the entire game to date. For $5, you get put in an escape room like questline in which you have to really experiment and explore around with the environment to figure out how to proceed forward and ultimately escape. There, of course, are a few twists, decisions that you make that impacts how the next room will go, hidden information and tools to find, individuals that you don't really trust, and different ways to finish this, but this was excellent, and I just really wish Bethesda wasn't nickel and diming like this, as I personally would like to not have this as a precedent in the industry moving forward, in which every aspect of a single-player game is broken down into different microtransactions. Bad enough what's already been normalized, which surely enough began all those years ago with Bethesda and Horse Armor. What's next to follow for Starfield is its massive expansion, Shattered Space. This will, or probably has to be, the turning point for this game. Todd Howard earlier this year in an interview with YouTuber Mr. Matty Plays indicated yearly story expansions could be the path forward for the game, although he very much said that it is hopefully something that they can do for a very, very long time. Likely linked to the popularity of the game, and if enough players are still engaged with it, which right now, Starfield has not been doing all that great. It has been hovering around under 10,000 players on Steam for a while. For comparison's sake, Fallout 4, Skyrim, and Cyberpunk 2077 are all at least double the current player base. With Shattered Space not being a day one free with Game Pass experience, it will be very interesting to see the level of interest in spending $30 or so for this DLC expansion. So far, what we know about Shattered Space is that it seems to be focused on House Faroon, probably the most interesting and unexplored faction that the game had introduced. Within the upcoming DLC, it'll be taking players to Dazra, a city on House Faroon's hidden homeworld, to investigate a cosmic threat. There appears to be a fight for power happening within this expansion, and all indication is that we'll decide which party rises, and the consequences of that decision will play out. Players will be getting a new handcrafted world with new weapons, gear, items, and secrets to be discovered. Early previews have indicated that Bethesda is aiming for a horror vibe with this DLC, which is pretty obvious with the early footage that we have seen, along with, of course, the more alien feel compared to the rest of the base game. Ultimately, this expansion is unlikely to change perceptions about the base game, as it appears to be concentrating on crafting one
On top of it, they had to make a bad DLC just to basically like contractually reach what they said they would do.
An isolated location with a narrative focus that has the scope and scale of other past
does that
Bethesda
sound?
traditional expansions. Think probably Far Harbor. So pretty much Bethesda is leaning into what has worked for them to great success in the past, and we will be able to experience this at the end of September. Timothy Lamb, lead creative producer at Bethesda, has indicated that
Oh, good,
more
the
free
frames
content
are
updates
in
will
here.
be coming in the future beyond just this expansion. So certainly Starfield's future has a lot more new additions and quality of life improvements on the way, but I do question if that will be enough to change opinions about the game and whether or not most players will be even interested diving in. The problem that Starfield faces is that its foundation is divisive. What I mean by that is that its gameplay loop is met to a lot of boredom from the gaming community. Some of that can be fixed through mods and improvements such as the ones that came this summer, but it doesn't change the fact that the established lore right now is not interesting. You certainly don't have people cosplaying or making art of any of the factions or characters because they are forgettable. The loading screens are anywhere and everywhere with exploration. The character interactions don't feel meaningful, especially when you look at some of the most dated facial animations in gaming. The procedurally generated planets are barren and rely on radiant locations and quests. You'll see the same space pirates on the same outpost on 100 planets. Combat encounters usually boil down to you dealing with stupid brain-dead AI. That's why when people start talking about Starfield having a Cyberpunk or No Man's Sky comeback, it really is important to understand the difference between those games and this. Cyberpunk already had a beautiful open world with great story, characters, music, and combat. It was also very fluid with how everything was put together. The problem was the bugs, non-existent AI, lack of interactivity, and a lot of pre-release empty promises. They fixed a lot of that, but it still is far from perfect. No Man's Sky was from an indie developer in over their head, but Sean Murray and Hello Games have spent years with constant free updates, fleshing out that game's content and features. It's actually insane what No Man's Sky has turned into, and the biggest problem with that game day one was that it was devoid of content and things to do. So could Starfield completely turn things around? I just don't think so, but ultimately, it would require years of updates that I don't think Bethesda will keep doing, especially with its current player base size. As it stands, Starfield still remains a mess in many regards. It can still, of course, be enjoyable. No argument that its environments can look visually stunning and crafting your own mini settlement can be fun, but its flaws are glaring and only becoming more obvious as time goes on. Todd Howard was asked earlier this year about Starfield's divisive reaction, and it really showcases the misunderstanding that Bethesda has around the criticism with their game design. Howard, speaking to Kinda Funny Games in May, said that many people have a very specific set of expectations when it comes to Bethesda games. We see a lot of players saying, this is what I want out of a Bethesda game, which is to explore a world in a certain way, and Starfield didn't give me that. I prefer the way it's done in a Fallout or Elder Scrolls. And although Howard thinks that's perfectly understandable, he says it's just not the experience Starfield sets out to provide. And I do think for us, particularly me, going into a science fiction game, I want to be able to land on all the planets. I want the game to say yes to us, knowing that the content is going to be different than what you've seen from us in the past. The issue with those remarks in the current state of Starfield is that it not being like Fallout or the Elder Scrolls isn't really the issue. It's that the structure that they went for was lackluster and unimaginative. Again, you can't argue that the game has a 59% on Steam based on 100,000 user reviews because people just wanted a new Fallout game but didn't get that. It truthfully seems like a remark that removes criticism from Bethesda's underwhelming game design and instead pushes the blame onto players not being comfortable trying something new from them, which just is not true. Starfield was hyped up as one of the most important exclusives in years for Xbox. It was supposed to be the game that blew up Game Pass and moved console sales. Howard and Spencer have on multiple occasions spoken about Starfield's ultimate goal to have the longevity and impact that Skyrim has had. Before launch, Spencer even went so far to say that he wanted the Bethesda team to figure out how to make sure this is the most played Todd Howard game ever. That goal of exceeding Skyrim probably won't be reached, even if the game releases eventually on the PlayStation 5. And I actually don't think those goals were realistic to begin with for a new IP like this, that yes, is different in many regards to what they've done before. It's game design that I and many others have problems with, but there still is a sizable community that is sticking with it, which might be good enough to grant a few years of support, but I do believe Bethesda would have to
You are
cut
no
the
longer
game's
active.
engine and completely transform it to change the divisive reaction surrounding it to a positive one, which is probably impossible. There is certainly some blatantly misrepresenting this reality as no, the game's opinion is not changing. Recent reviews are actually more negative, and that brief player increases already dramatically dropped. So as we stand at the 1-year mark of Starfield's existence, the game has improved, but not enough to really fix the fundamental core issues with the game that likely never will be fixed. It has though been enough to keep those that enjoyed this game day one happy. Maybe that's the realistic expectations Bethesda should have at this point, along with better fleshing out the game's world and lore with its upcoming first expansion, and maybe better exploring its endgame Starborn mechanic that fell quite flat in its next DLC expansion. Gameplay could also use an upgrade landing on an asteroid, a welcome addition for space exploration, which at the moment lacks depth. All in order to build some momentum for the franchise and the inevitable sequel sometime in the future. Still not really sure why I got this cardboard cutout of Todd Howard a couple of years ago, but there are a couple of very clear things. I hope Shattered Spaces is good. I truly do hope that it is like Far Harbor. I am kind of looking forward to seeing how Bethesda transforms that compared to, the base game experience, but more importantly, The Elder Scrolls 6, Todd. You gotta deliver. We've had a lot of disappointments, a lot of question marks about Bethesda, but I need The Elder Scrolls 6 to be good. Waited so long for it, and that sort of devastation, I can't handle it, and I really don't even want to imagine it. So Todd, please, Todd, deliver for us.
Do you talk to Todd often?
I want to again
Does Todd talk back? I don't believe in Todd.
Thank the sponsor of the video, War Thunder. Check it out now for free on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, and use my link in the pinned comment or video description to get started. New players or those who haven't played for 6 months also receive a massive bonus pack across all platforms, including multiple premium vehicles, in-game currency, and more. Anyway, the conversation surrounding Starfield, you'll probably see it in the comment section. It's always and it will continue to be divisive. But what is your opinion about the current state of the game? How are you feeling about Shattered Space? Let me know down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video. Consider subscribing for more videos like this in the future, and I'll see you later.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, it was good. Oh yeah, I never finished that Scientology video, but let's see what else he has to say.
Approaching Stargate.
Raw brilliant small fish.
I want to buy Dead Island 2. It's $60. I want to put this on my wish list, and I want you to sell it to me cheaper, you motherfucker. Now, what's with this? Oops.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw muds never.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh yeah. Shadow ambient.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
You receive loot. Raw bristle whisker catfish.
There we go. That's a better set of settings. And in here, I pull 120. And then the game looks much better. I'm like, I'm just trying to get all my settings right. That's weird. Okay, so what is it you want me to do? Find all the clues in Van Lowe taxidermy. Go to Calvin Van Lowe's office, which is... Oops.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, but how do you get in these things? I don't think you can you? I don't think so. Like, I don't think you can get those things.
You receive loot. Raw brilliant small fish.
Go to Calvin Van Lowe's office. Okay. Yep.
You receive loot. The One Ring.
Oh, shit. Look at this. That's some money. Look, guys, I got the One Ring. What can I sell that for?
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud.
One strength, one agi, one stam. I'm gonna. Oh my god, I'm gonna sell this. I can't believe I pulled the One Ring. I can't believe that. I pulled the One Ring. Let's go sell it. I'm just gonna sell it right now. I don't care. What can I get for this?
Jumping.
People have gold, don't they? They do. They've been buying gold. I'm gonna sell this. Oh, please tell me this is like 10 gold. It would be fucking awesome. It would really change how this goes for me. I don't know, though. None for sale. What can I get for this? How much is the One Ring worth? It's like kind of debatables. Oh my god. No way. This will sell for so much. Yeah, how much should this... $12G, huh?
Approaching Stargate.
We're selling it. Now, what's that sound? Are you moving? Yeah, you are moving. It's something in this house. Yeah. I'm learning often that turning the settings down actually doesn't save me frames sometimes, especially on this nice card. It's actually kind of crazy. Ultra shadow quality, high, ultra. And then I want you to set you to ultra. Yeah. And then I believe we are good. Everything's super high and everything. It bogs down sometimes, but that's alright. Quit the desktop yet again. When Fallout's off, I get really good frames. Sometimes I think running shader is better than all this crap. Like running all the rest of it. Well, honestly, that makes no difference. The LOD does not make a difference, Jesus. So
Autopilot
it's not that it. Yeah, like I kind of want to try for high on this too. Oh, I want the shader to high. You are fucking up.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Optimize for quality. Yep. Now 91, 60 to 91. Something bogs it down, and I don't know what it is. Let's try you. I don't think it's you. I think it's you.
Approaching station.
There, see, something like bogs it down. That sound. Is it because I'm standing next to like a torch? It is that lantern. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, we'll sell this for, I don't know. I could just wear it.
Auction created.
Yep, nice. I pulled a good slot there.
'Docking permission requested.
Your auction of the One Ring sold.
There it goes. Thank you.
Docking permission requested.
I got 12G, guys. 12G for fishing.
Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
$12G, bitch. It's going to the bank. Now I'm scared to leave town until I get my 12G. That's going to be amazing. Oh my god, I'm going to be able to buy armor and weapons and stuff. Yeah. And all the training, and I won't have to worry for a little while. It's good. I'll parcel it out like 2 gold at a time. And if I die, I still have like probably 10 extra G. That's good.
Common enemy has reached level 60.
Oh, this is the outside one. The One Ring, bitch. The One Ring. The One Ring, bitch. I got 12G instantly. I'm happy. I might have could maybe got more. I think 12G is a fair price for that because it is a worthless item. You know.
Yes, the hot samples of which Renfurl spoke. I am eager to experiment with these. It is always of interest to the Royal Apothecary Society when new forms of toxins are discovered. A colleague in Kalimdor, Apothecary Helbrim, is researching the effects of Lordaeron toxins on the beasts of Kalimdor. He would be very interested in a sample of the wolf hearts Renfurl sent me. Hellbrim is stationed in the Barrens, in a village known as the Crossroads.
Apothecary
To
key repeats the
reach
scroll
him,
sum
you
of the
must
viscous fluid.
travel via Zeppelin to the Orc capital of Orgrimmar, then travel south by foot to Durotar. Head west into the Barrens and you will soon reach the Crossroads.
12G. That makes up for my Final Fantasy hardcore loss yesterday and I have to wait 6 weeks for. I could delete my second bank alt, I guess. You know, I don't really see why not. I guess I could delete my second bank alt because it doesn't matter what my bank alts are called. I can always delete those, you know. Maybe I should just delete my second bank alt. She's got no history. All she has is items. Sending all those items will be a pain in the fucking ass. I mean, I don't know. How do I get out of here? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks better with the anti-aliasing and stuff. Oh, it's the Death of Field. I was like, what is different? It's the Death of Field. There we go. I was like, why does it look all crappy? It's the Depth of Field. Yeah. Also, 76 is off, so that's not hogging the fucking... You know, so I don't know. Whatever. 74? Whatever. I want to add this to my wish list, and I want to watch this, and hopefully next summer they'll sell it for, you know, $30. Because I wouldn't mind buying this. It's too linear, but I do like it. Daisy. I don't think I want to buy Daisy. I know I don't. Remove. And then let's go look at library. Oh, sorry, the store for sales. Kingdom Come. The Elder Scrolls Online for $5. Gigabash. Anomaly Agent. Gunfire Reborn. Forza's got a sale right now. I'm going to go to your store. Oh, yeah, my subscriptions. Yeah, my shit has been canceled. My Project Gorgon, yeah. Library. I am trying for... oh, yeah. I am continuing to fish. $12 is good. Look, I'm so glad I chose to pause to fish. Now it makes, like, you know, leveling out fishing make a look a lot more attractive. This guy said he got 2 of them within 10 minutes of each other. I wonder if I could get that too. I doubt it, but you know, I doubt I'll get another one ever. I think I know I've seen that before. I've seen the One Ring before. I've seen it 1 or 2 times before, I think. They're just very rare. Very good. Very good. Money out of nowhere. It's a good sign for this character. It's good. Well, so, okay, here we go. We are hauling all day. I want to get my Akator. It would have made this faster. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't really need to move my Akator. I could fill it and bring it back, and that's probably what I should do. I probably will do, actually. So yeah, frames are looking and feeling great. It looks a little bogged down, but it's all right. Yep, looks good. Go.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Convoy. I got items right. I just need to verify. Yes, I did. 25,000 is not enough. I need a... I should have hauled the ore in a miasmo, so it would have been a lot faster.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
Approaching Stargate.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper. You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
Fish got away. God damn it.
You receive loot. Raw bristle whisker catfish.
Play.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The One Ring. 12G on fucking hardcore is fucking awesome. Hurry up, you.
You receive loot. Raw brilliant small fish.
Double XP weekend was awesome. Yeah. I got most of my way through to my perk card. Is Atomic Shot reset? No.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper.
One Ring. That's funny.
You receive loot. Raw brilliant small fish.
Vice Commissioner.
Approaching Stargate.
Damn it.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper. You receive loot. Raw brilliant small fish.
I like how current his stuff seems. Activision boycott, yeah, I would say. It's weird, like, this seems like better frames with higher settings. It seems weird, like better frames. 79, 87, like when I'm moving around I lose it, but yeah, like outside, and then when I go inside, game looks better. I mean, it's still a crappy looking game, but it's still like a detailed game. A lot of stuff going on. Right here's a whole row of baskets or whatever. Can't pick up any of them, which is stupid. Ah! Where did you come from? Hell is that thing? Oh, that's not too good. How did you miss?
Approaching
You receive
Stargate.
raw bristle whisker catfish.
Damn it! Why would you fire? Damn it! Search the office terminal for clues. Oh, no, 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 no. Ouch. Your stupid ass animations. So annoying.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's always some security code, isn't it, Bethesda? Investigate the display case. Find all the clues. Investigate the display case. Okay. I don't know. Now what? Holotape case? Oh, there's a basement there? Oh.
Approaching Stargate.
Your auction of blade is sold.
My auction of what sold? Oh, Gladius. Nice. Hey, cool. But I have 12G now, so... This didn't really go anywhere. Ooh, lead. Nice. Yes, go.
You receive loot. Rawlong Jamad Snapper.
Okay. No fish are hooked. Okay.
Your auction of battered leather harness sold.
Jumping.
Nice. The same dude probably just bought that harness too. I was like, I bet somebody wants these.
You receive loot. Old stall.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yes, but I mean, investigate how? Oh god, I can't read your mind, you piece of shit developer. What do you want? What do you want from me? State your business. I have no fucking idea. State your business, bitch. What do you want from me? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on. I'm not doing this guessing game with you, and I'm not going to Google. Oops. Damn it. I keep missing it. Lying low. I did. Oh yeah. Follow the overseer's journey. Let's go to
Approaching Stargate.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent.
Search Penny's office for info on the Mother Lord. Oh, so we're gonna do Scorch Beast Queen, which is good.
Receive loot. Rawlong Jamad Snapper.
Locate the keys to Beckett's jail cell. What else is out there? Am I still on that team? No, I'm like my team did not like end it or whatever. Okay, and then we're gonna come into perks. And we're going to share squad maneuvers.
Raw bristle whisker catfish.
3 points in each perk. Okay.
Hemlet Sword has reached level 60.
Okay, so let's just give all my teammates Bloody Mess. Oh, so I have 4 points of charisma, so I can only share like one, huh? DR. Let's just share Iron Stomach.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't know. I've been all over this place. I don't see what you want. I don't know. I don't want to play your guessing game either. So let's move on. Yep. And where did we drop this nuke? I see. Yeah, but there's no event for the Scorch Beast Queen. Seems odd. Sure, pay the caps. I don't care.
Zero players total.
You receive loot. Sickly looking fish.
Approaching Stargate.
Whoa.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh, fast security baton with reload speed.
Approaching Stargate.
Some dumb guy. Scourge Beast Queen.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, encrypted.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
You receive loot. Raw bristle whisker catfish. You receive loot. Raw longjaw mud snapper.
Approaching Stargate.
Assassin Super Sledge with 174. The damage on this is weak, but it's... Jelly fingers.
Autopilot jumping.
Pixie has reached level 60.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Where did the body go? $197.
You receive loot. Raw bristle whisker catfish.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper. You receive loot. Raw long jaw mud snapper. You receive loot. Old skull.
Approaching station.
Yeah, let's listen to that. That sounds good. Thank you, Renfail, for the excellent content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
You receive loot. Sickly looking fish.
There's a scorch beast over there. Nobody seems to want to do this one. Jelly fingers. Damn it. Maybe I'll go take care of that real quick.
Renfail here, and I finally wrapped up my
requested.
adventure
Docking
in
permission
New World
requested.
Aeternum during the open
Oh,
beta
on the
weekend
PS5,
that
huh?
just took place on the Xbox, PlayStation, and
You
PC
receive loot. Old
for
skull.
New World's
Docking
revamped edition,
permission requested.
which is launching on October 15th. Now, I've previously played this game when it first came out. You
Docking
can actually find some
request
videos
accepted.
on my channel from back when this first came out. And I did enjoy the game when it launched. I played it
Autopilot
as a
disabled.
single-player
Waypoint
RPG with
reached.
some friends who we went and did some dungeons with a little bit as well. And the game, like much newly released MMOs at the time,
You receive loot.
released.
Sickly looking fish.
It was fun. It had
Oh,
some
I'm
bugs.
Cat.
It had
Oops.
some performance issues.
I can teach you
And
fishing
over the past
skills.
3 years, Amazon has put a ton of content into this game and a ton of polish. And the version of the game that I just played is completely different than what I played 3 years ago when this game first came out. This is extremely polished. I did it on the PS5 over the weekend, which is what we're on right now. I'm in 4K mode on the PS4 right now. There's various graphics modes that you can play with. And generally speaking, I was very, very, very pleased with this. Had a fairly flawless experience with the open
Nice.
beta.
Yeah, I don't know why you
of that
would really. I guess
experience.
it's the
I had
console
one
launch.
crash through the whole weekend. Leveled up to 25. We're max level right now for the. I think 25 is the max level for the beta. And had a good time. And we had a great turnout for the streams and the videos and everything else. And I just like to give my review of this because this is so different than what launched. And I've done some videos on my early thoughts and should you buy this game, and I think there are some caveats to that conversation. But generally speaking, if you're someone who has never played this game before and you're looking at something to fill the gap and you've got time in October, I think it's going to be absolutely worth your time.
I'm gonna
to pick
do
this up and
fresh
play.
start servers, yeah.
Because it's a 3-year-old game that has a ton of content. It looks great, as you can see behind me. It's got a lot of different things going for it. There's a lot of different things you can do. And the best part is that they've kind of stripped the MMO component out of it now, and they've made this largely a single-player RPG that exists within an MMO space, so that if you want to go do group-based stuff, you can. But you don't have to. And they have streamlined the storyline now, added a whole bunch of new cutscenes, and a brand new storyline for much of the main story.
Damn, man.
MSQ.
I sent money a while ago, didn't I?
Added a brand new.
Yeah, didn't I send money like a while ago?
They added archetypes now, so that you can choose from an archetype when you start the game. It's not a class per se.
I could sell
You
those
still
mud
have freedom to
jaws.
pick whatever weapon combinations you want in the game. It's kind of a guiding system at the beginning, which kind of dictates like your cosmetic gear to a little degree. It's like, here's a starting set of gear and a couple of skills. This is your archetype. Like I chose archer. Or ranger, which is a bow and a spear. There's also like musketeer, which was rifle, and it's a musket and a rapier. And then the build that I played at launch, which was I just did the ice mage. I did ice gauntlet and rapier at start. They have that. It looks like it's like a starting archetype now. So they basically just spent the past 3 years adding a bunch of content to this game. They added mounts. They've streamlined everything. They've polished everything. There's some players running by on mounts right
Long Jaw
now.
Mud Snapper.
The big thing about the
Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
Eternum version of the game
You create
is that
Long Jaw Mud
it
Snapper.
is a
You create
cross-platform
Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
project. So when it first
create
launched, it
Long
was
Jaw Mud
PC
Snapper.
only, and it has been PC only for
You
the
create
past 3
Long
years.
Jaw Mud Snapper.
This new version of the game that
You
is coming
create
out on
Long Jaw
October
Mud Snapper.
15th is launching for the
create
Xbox,
Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
PlayStation 5, and will put it in
You create
parity with
Long Jaw Mud
the
Snapper.
PC version,
You create
so that
Long Jaw Mud
everybody's
Snapper.
going to be playing together in the same
You
space
create Long Jaw Mud
when
Snapper.
this comes out in mid-October.
You create Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
If you already own
create
this
Long
game,
Jaw Mud
like
Snapper.
I do on the PC,
You create
then you've
Long
already
Jaw Mud
played
Snapper.
some of this before. You'll be familiar with the
create Long Jaw
gameplay
Mud
loop.
Snapper.
The gameplay loop is largely the same
You
in
create
terms of
Long Jaw
you
Mud
go
Snapper.
out, it's action,
You create
combat,
Long Jaw Mud
and you have
Snapper.
all the different types of weapons you can take a
You
look
create
at. You can
Long Jaw
go
Mud
in there
Snapper.
and say, here's the map.
You
It's a
create
big
Long
map.
Jaw Mud
There's lots
Snapper.
of stuff to do on this map.
You create Long Jaw Mud
You've
Snapper.
got the same character builds that you've
You
known
create
forever.
Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
The weapon masteries are still here.
You create
All the
Long Jaw
trade
Mud
skills
Snapper.
are still here. The optional
You create
PvP,
Long
should
Jaw
you
Mud
choose
Snapper.
to participate, it is in here.
You create Long Jaw
There
Mud
is
Snapper.
a new seasonal track
You create
that's
Long Jaw
starting
Mud Snapper.
with October 15th.
You create
There's going to
Long
be
Jaw Mud
gear
Snapper.
and rewards related to the seasonal tracks.
create
You'll be able
Long
to
Jaw
go
Mud
through the
Snapper.
seasons. There's a
create
lot of
Long
stuff
Jaw
to
Mud
do
Snapper.
in terms of activities.
You create
Um,
Long Jaw Mud Snapper.
and other things. The
You create
PvP,
Long
by
Jaw
the
Mud
way, is
Snapper.
100% optional. It's
You
off
create
by
Long
default,
Jaw
as
Mud
I
Snapper.
understand it. It's consensual if you want to turn it
You
on.
create
Or
Long
you
Jaw
can
Mud
go do
Snapper.
like the PvP specific things, which
You
are in
create
your own
Long
areas.
Jaw Mud
Otherwise,
Snapper.
you have a bunch of PvE activities. Again,
Long John
all
Mudd's
of the
never.
storyline from level 1 to
Recreate
max
Long
level
John Mudd's
now
never.
is completely soloable. You don't need a group for any of it, and you don't have to do any side quests that I've seen to be able to keep your level up. You just run the main quest, and that's all you can do if you want. And based on what we've been talking to people about so far in the open beta, it's looking like there is around 50 hours of content just in playing the single player storyline from start to finish, which is a pretty sizable chunk of gameplay in terms of sinking your teeth into something that you might have never played before. But there's a whole lot outside of the main quest line. There's side quests. There are the outposts. Outposts have levels and they are community oriented. So the way it works is if you look on the map here, let me pull this out of the way here, this window. Like these outposts right here, like, where's it at here? Windsward. Here. Oh, down here. This settlement. Settlements have levels, and you can help level up a settlement with the other players in a community by participating in the mission board quests, which are optional. It's things like harvesting, crafting, killing mobs, gathering things, and then that directly ties into the crafting stations for the town and how cool the crafting stations are. The crafting stations have tiers, which are tied to the leveling of the settlement. There's also housing in these settlements. There's a lot of different settlements throughout the game. There's just tons of stuff to see and do across this island. There's a great storyline, which I talk about how it's kind of a little bit like Lost in the sense that this island that we're on has been through time and space, and it has seen a lot of different peoples and a lot of different cultures. So you see lots of different architecture. There's like Egyptian stuff and Mayan pyramids and Roman Empire stuff and some science fiction-y elements. There's a lot going on here. So if you think about just the single player storyline is about 50 hours of gameplay, and then outside of that you have a bunch of side quests which add another dozens of hours of gameplay. There's crafting and harvesting, which adds more gameplay. There's the PvE group-based content if you want to participate in that, which can lead to hundreds of hours of entertainment. The PvP content, which again can lead to more content. I think if you're looking for value for your money, and again this is mostly for if you are a new player who has never played New World and you're looking at New World a tournament, thinking to yourself, is this worth it? What's it like? Should I play it? If I had to give a review to the first version of the game when it came out, I would give it a 7 out of 10. It was a fun game. It had typical launch issues, some performance issues, and there was a lot of grind. This is a much more polished edition. What I just played through over this weekend, I would give a solid 8.5 out of 10. It's way more polished. I would say the things that keep it from getting a slightly higher score for me are just little nitpicks that are not game-breaking in any way, shape, or form. A good example of this is that if you go hail an NPC and you're having a conversation with an NPC...
You are now AFK, away from keyboard.
I don't think we have any that we're currently doing quests with, but I think there's an NPC right down the road, this guy. So if I were to hail this NPC and talk to him...
Don't worry too much about the ritual.
And you go in here and talk to him. If I get attacked by enemies, it drops me out of the conversation and I have to redo the conversation.
Oh, they changed that. Wow.
If the conversations were not interrupted. So I would prefer it if my character would go into a protected state to where the NPCs can't touch me while I'm in conversation mode. That would be a quality of life thing that I would fix, and that would be something that would up the score a little bit for me. Don't get it twisted, everybody. 8.5 is a magnificent score for a game. I had a great time. I played to level 25 over the course of a little over 12 and a half hours across the open beta. It's fully voiced. It's got cinematic cutscenes. It's got everything that I love when it comes to cinematic narrative storytelling games. And it also has a really fun storyline in terms of like the sci-fi fantasy element. I don't think I will ever play with other people unless it's people I know and I want to go do some like dungeons with them. Otherwise, I would just stick to just doing like the storyline. Let's actually, if I want to go down here really quick, actually. Quick commercial. commercial break, everyone, to celebrate and give thanks to all of these amazing
Warping
people
to
who keep me on
Stargate.
the air full time.
Warp drive
Really appreciate
active.
the support. All you got to do is join as a member. You get access to private videos. You can also do super thanks on any upload or super chats and stickers on any live stream or premiere you see. And beyond that, don't forget we're multi-streaming over on Twitch now, so you can support over there as well. Thanks so much to everybody. Let's get back to the video at hand. Cool structures, really cool world building, fully voiced games, cinematic cutscenes that they added over time and with this new edition. 3 years of content that you can play through. There's a lot to see and do if you're coming in as a new player. Now, what if you're not a new player? What if you're someone like me who has played the game before?
Autopilot
when I played this at launch, it was a completely different game. The version that I just played over this weekend, there are some elements
Cooking is a lifelong pursuit, and I see we share the same passion.
There were some elements that I recognized, but for the most part, this felt and played like something completely new. Obviously, the gameplay loop is still the same, but the storyline, 100% completely different compared to what I saw before. They have woven in... I probably shouldn't have said 100% because that's not entirely true. They have woven in some elements of the story that came before. Like the guy we just talked to a minute ago, he was part of the original storyline in the game as one of, I think they're called Soul Wardens. I remember that. And I remembered him from the base game. I was like, I remember this guy's storyline. But the way they've done it now is they've woven him in a completely different manner. So, it's really interesting how they've managed to update this and bring it up. Combat is your traditional kind of action combat stuff. You know, you've got your target lock, you've got various types of abilities. I can switch between weapon types. This is my bow, this is my spear. We're gonna block.
Autopilot jumping.
Some more stuff, we'll block again. He'll do a combo at some point, and then we kill him. You get some faction, go from there. We probably want to go towards that at some point and figure out what that is. But that's for another time.
To Stargate.
Because right now
Warp
we're going to
drive
go back over
active.
here and finish my review. The crafting and harvesting in this game, I would say that this is, you know, you could just play the game just for the storyline if you wanted to. But the game does have a massive crafting and harvesting system, especially if you want to get into contributing towards the settlements and the leveling up of said settlements. But anything you can think about, if you want to craft it, you can. You want to make food and drink, you can do that. You want to make armor? What type? You want to make weapons? What kind? There's all these different things, and you can do all of them. Like, all of these crafting, it's over here.
Approaching Stargate.
Just like you can, hang on. I get carried away with the tabs. Just as you can level up all of these, and you can take any weapon in the game, any weapon combo, all the weapon combos if you want, and level them up accordingly. You can also go into the trade skills, and you can do all of these if you want to, and there is a lot. Weaponsmithing, armor smithing, engineering, jewel crafting, arcana, cooking, furnishing, smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, logging, mining, fishing, music, weaving, stone cutting, harvesting, dragging, skinning, and even a writing skill. And then the reward track, which we talked about earlier. There's also the achievements side of things. So there is a ton going on here. Again, 3-year-old game. So if you're like me and you played it at launch and you haven't played it since there, I haven't done the expansion. So there's a lot of new content that I haven't seen before. And because this game, it has a completely new storyline for the Eternum launch, even if you did play at launch like I did,
approaching station.
It's a brand new game. Which is why I'm going to be coming back and playing it on October 15th. Even though I played this game when it came out, it has a brand new storyline now. And it's a much more polished version of the game. It's sort of like a relaunch, so to speak. It's less of a relaunch and more of a, hey, we're launching console editions while at the same time bringing the PC edition up to parity with the console edition. So they're all in the same version, and it's crossplay. So as we've seen across this open beta weekend, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, we're all playing together in the same space. More players in your game is never a bad thing, so I'm pretty excited to see this new version. At the very least, the way I look at it is there's at least 50 hours of gameplay for me as someone who just wants to run the single player storyline. And then if I decided that I wanted
Auction
to get into this
created.
with other people or our gaming community, there's dungeons, there's raids, there's all sorts of
Auction
different
created.
things for group-based players who want to get into the
Auction
group side of
created.
things. So it's easily a
Auction
game that
created.
is on par with other MMOs that have been out
Auction
several years
created.
that offer hundreds of hours
Auction
of
created.
entertainment for the people that like the
Auction
game.
created.
So that's my review
Auction
on
created.
the open beta weekend of
Auction
New World
created.
Eternum. Highly polished.
Auction created.
Kind of a flawless, weekend. I had one crash on the PS5. The only bugs I saw were related to a little bit of warping due to population, but other than that, fun game. The voice acting is really good in most parts. There are some areas where it's not perfect, but for the most part, it's pretty good. The writing is somewhat tropey in areas, but otherwise a fun adventure. And overall, the world design and the level design is great.
You have learned
There's
a
a
new
lot
ability,
going on here,
fishing,
a lot
journeyman.
to love, a lot of different things to do. You could go wrong in a lot of other areas, but this game does offer a ton of value for the money. I think it's worth your time if you haven't played it before, or if you played it at the beginning like I did, and you want to come back and see what it's like now that they've revamped it and polished it up. If you're one of the other people who've been playing it for a long time and you're still having fun in the game and you're looking forward to this, that's awesome. We're going to be alongside all of you.
I'm looking forward to the fresh start because that's always really fun. Because the money actually means something, and the push to 725 is actually quite fun. And I'm going to do it again on Greatsword and staff. The fresh start's about the only thing that I think is appealing about it, really. The rest of it is kind of the grind never ends, and now they've fragmented me across 3 different servers with 3 different characters, and none of that work is consolidated, and it's sort of annoying. And fresh start just feels like fun to me because it's you have to scrabble to get by, you have to make your own potions, you have to go out, you have to farm and stuff, and it's hard. It's actually genuinely hard. You have to make things if you want things, and I like that. It'll be a lot like hardcore in a way. So I will do the New World Fresh Start. If that's what they keep doing, then that's what I'll do. I don't care. Yeah, these are good. I want to sell them. I just want the money. I'd frankly... Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should use them. I don't know. 2 Stamina Spirit is not that good. I mean, I guess it's kind of good. Yeah. It's good enough to keep, I guess. Okay, so right now I am getting in my Akator, and I'm checking the fleet hangar, which has 62,000, and there's nothing in there. I have 263 million worth of Bez. 288 worth of Bez right here. So I'm just going to take a load with me, I guess, because I can't process it here. Wait, hold on. The fleet hangar is 62,000. I want you to take 3906. That's it? Oh, yeah, it is 70 million worth, though. Yeah. Yep. And go. Yep. Take all Bez, and we have a cladistic to go out, extraction to get out, and cladistic to get in, and a mobile tractor unit for some reason. I don't know. I think I brought this with me to leave here. An MTU is worthless to the Akator, so yes, and then and then we're all set to. There's my beautiful Akator. I love my Akator. Nobody's here, so it's a good time. We're gonna jump to a safe spot. Make sure no one's coming in. No one's coming in. So we go out to a safe spot. Warp.
Warp drive active.
Why did that happen? Okay. Please. High sec. It's going to put me in low sec and it's going to suck. But that's okay. I'm good at this now. Okay, here we go. And we procs. Oh, I have a combat timer with 3 minutes on it. Can I safe log here? Oh, okay. Well, then I have to wait 3 minutes. I didn't realize. So go dock up. It's fine. This is still safe. It's like fairly safe.
Drive active.
Yep. As I'm warping right now. That's fine. We'll just come back in 3 minutes. I forgot that I have to wait after I like, so I put the ship at risk there, but that's all right. Total, this thing's worth 400 million. It'll probably get popped if I come through Uedama or something like that. I have to be very careful about getting popped. So well, I've got a whole strategy for that. I've got interdiction nullifiers. This thing can't really be stopped. It can be, but it's difficult. Yeah, we'll just run this timer. It's like, what, 2 minutes? Yeah, this sucks. Let's just save her to wait. It's safer to wait it out here because people can scam me down.
Docking request accepted.
Coming in hot on October 15th. I will be multi-streaming, as always, on YouTube and Twitch, but we do have about a month before then to get to that point, and we're playing a lot of games in between.
It is troubling to hear our Death Stalkers have failed their mission. Let us hope that these failures are rare. I'll give you the potion in a moment, but here is its recipe. If those Death Stalkers find themselves in need of future aid, then perhaps you can give it yourself. Here is the potion to aid in Quinn Yorick's recovery. Now, if you will excuse me, I have very important work to continue.
Discolored healing potion. Oh, and a discolored healing potion thing. So these will go off there. I don't have enough money. Oops, I'm poor. Remedy of Aragol. Aragol's Folly. Okay, so at the farm is Aragol's Folly. I think I was supposed to do border crossings, but that's a level 14 quest, so I'm just going to wait. I think last time I kind of just grinded for a while.
Aggro.
Oh, I can make stuff, I think.
Receive loot, light letter.
Boots, gloves, they're 39. These are 39. Yep, gloves, vest, belt. How about belt? Belt is 29, 29. Pants are 46. These are 46. Yep. Bracers are 21. Never mind. 21, 21. Yep. Very good. Okay, just looking. And
Aggro.
You feel normal.
oh no! Why are we getting a sound? Oh, Son of Argol. Yep.
You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
Ooh, Son of Aragorn 2000. Yeah, he will kill me. So... Okay, so Son of Aragorn, he's way over there. Thank God. I wish I had that for the other run.
Discovered Falcon's Field. 90 experience
Goddamn
gained.
whore Pat Warner. I had no idea he was there.
Aggro.
Fucking terrible ass design.
You loot 17 copper. You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
Aggro.
You loot 8 copper. You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
A skeptical look at Crimson Desert. Oh yeah, business basics, yep. Alright, back to the drawing board. It's always showing me the same stuff. This is from an hour ago, Samito. Minecraft, Mobile Legends, exploring MMOs with 0 players. $50 versus 50,000. Everything you need to know about Afterlife. 7 Days to Die. What is that? Guns, Nerds, and Steel. Okay, let's look at this.
Hardcore niche within the mod scene.
Thank you.
It amplifies the survival aspects of the...
Sorry.
Afterlife is one of the latest and greatest overhaul mods for 7 days, but it has a bit of a learning curve. So today I'm going to introduce you to what the mod is, what it does,
Aggro.
why I think this is my new favorite way to play. So Afterlife occupies a sort of hardcore niche within the mod scene. It amplifies the survival aspects of the vanilla game, and it introduces some new mechanics that enhance the realism and immersion within the zombie apocalypse. So you'll see things like slower progression, there's no crosshair, no compass, no map, not even date and time, and there's this new hybrid weight and backpack slot encumbrance system where you can only carry a set number of items, but there's also weight to every item that you carry, and you can't go over a certain carrying weight. But don't worry, you'll have a chance to, for instance, craft yourself a better backpack, or find a watch, or even craft yourself a map to keep track of where you are. And the first thing that you'll notice is the mod is pretty visually stunning. It uses a lot of the OCD mods that change the appearance of the game. The desert is very much more deserty, and the snow biome is much more, well, snow blindy. The nights are terrifyingly dark, and having a light source is an absolute must. Fortunately, you'll have a torch slot, so you can just drop a torch right in there and have lights on and your hands free. But let's go back to the beginning first, the game settings. The devs suggest that you keep all settings on default for your first playthrough, and balance is a work in progress, so if you're playing the mod, be sure to join the Afterlife Discord for feedback and support. And definitely generate yourself a new map, since the mod drastically changes the geography, but we'll touch more on that later. As you start, you'll be prompted to select a starting class, and each class has a few strengths that you can leverage. For example, the normie will spawn with a watch, so you can keep track of time from the get-go, and the sheriff actually spawns with the pistols, but I'm going to select here, so choose carefully, and let's get started. The first thing you'll need to do when you start is read the starter book that'll be in your hand. This will kick off your beginner quest. The beginner quest is a must-do. It'll introduce you to a lot of the basics, like crafting your first backpack, to open up some inventory slots, and crafting some primitive tools. And you'll notice that a lot has changed, and that there's a lot of extra steps, even for something simple like crafting a stone axe. The condition of your tool is now displayed on the item icon on your hotbar, and you can even see what skills you're leveling up as you perform various actions. Yes, there are action skills skills, and I'll break that down
Descent
in
to
a
the
little bit.
against all who
In
challenge
the
the power
item
of the moon
stats,
rage.
you can view item quality, which
Moon
ranges
rage dark
from
runner says,
0 to
descent to the
over
rule rise against all who challenge the power of the moon
65,000.
rage.
And repairing an item will actually
Moon
decrease
rage
this
dark runner says,
quality.
descent
And
to
to
the
get
rule rise
going
against
with
all
your
who challenge
beginner
the power of
quest,
the moon
you're going to
rage.
need to venture into the
Moon
POI
rage
that you
dark runner
spawn
says,
near.
descent to the rule
Among
rise against
other
all who challenge
things,
the
a
power of the
cooking
moon
pot
rage.
is top on your priority list, and
Moon rage dark runner
unfortunately,
says,
it seems
descent
like
to the
this
rule
is a
rise against all who challenge
guaranteed
the power of
loot
the moon
item
rage.
that will spawn somewhere in the
Moon
building.
rage dark runner
So once
says,
you're done with
descent
this
to the rule
quest,
rise
you
against
get
all who
your feet
challenge
under
the
you
power
a
of the
little
moon
bit.
rage.
We can sort of dig into the deeper
Moon rage
mod
dark runner says,
mechanics.
descent to the
Let's
rule
start by
rise against all who
reviewing
challenge
the
the power of the moon rage.
skills. On the first page here are your
Moon rage dark runner
attributes.
says,
These are
descent to the
mostly
rule rise against all who
unchanged from
challenge the power of
vanilla.
the moon
There
rage.
are perception, strength,
Moon
fortitude,
rage dark runner says,
agility, and
descent to the rule
intellect.
rise against all
But
who
now
challenge the
with
power
the
of the moon
addition
rage.
of finesse, attributes
Moon
read
rage
like
dark
a
runner says,
speedometer.
descent to the rule
The
rise
outer
against all who
ring
challenge
is
the
your
power of the moon
current
rage.
level, 1 through 100.
Moon rage
The
dark
inner
runner says,
ring is
descent
your
to the rule rise
progress
against all who
toward
challenge
the
the power of
next
the moon
level.
rage.
And on the right is a detailed
Loot
view
15
of what
copper.
level you're on and what bonuses you're
Moon
currently
rage dark runner
getting.
says,
Although
descent
you
to the rule
do
rise against all who challenge the
accumulate
power of
skill
the moon
points
rage.
by leveling up, you cannot
receive
spend
loot,
them
ruined leather
on
scraps.
your attributes. These are
Moon rage dark
increased
runner says,
through your
descent to the rule rise
actions.
against all
So
who
in the
challenge the
next
power
tab
of the
you
moon
will
rage.
see your skills, and these are
Moon
the
rage dark runner
action
says,
skills
descent to the
that
rule rise against all
increase
who
your
challenge the power of the moon
attributes.
rage.
You can see your progress from one level
Moon
to
rage
the
dark runner
next,
says,
and by
descent to
clicking
the
on the
rule rise
skill,
against
you
all who
can see
challenge
some
the
more
power of the moon rage.
details. And on the top, these
Moon
meters
rage dark runner
indicate
says,
how
descent to the
heavily
rule
this
rise against all
skill
who challenge the power of
affects
the moon
each
rage.
attribute. And so by using
rage
the
dark runner
gathering
says,
skill,
descent to
it
the
will
rule rise
increase
against all
your
who challenge the power of
perception
the moon rage.
attribute the most, followed by strength
Moon
and
rage dark runner
finesse,
says,
and then
descent
increase
to
your
the rule rise
fortitude,
against all who
agility,
challenge the
and
power of the moon
intellect
rage.
just a little bit. It also shows
Moon
you
rage
what
dark runner
benefit
says,
is
descent to the
conferred
rule
by
rise
your
against all who
current
challenge
level
the power of the
in
moon
each
rage.
skill. And as a general rule, your
Moon rage
action
dark runner
skills
says,
that are
descent to the
below
rule rise
level
against all who
10 or
challenge the power
so
of the moon
are
rage.
worse than they would be in vanilla.
Moon
But
rage
at
dark runner
level
says,
10, they
descent to the
kind of
rule rise
even
against all
out
who
and they
challenge the
start
power of the moon rage.
increasing in effectiveness beyond
Moon
that.
rage dark runner
Each
says,
action
descent to the
skill
rule
can
rise against
actually
all who
go up
challenge
to
the power
like
of the moon rage.
1,000. But it's scaled
Moon rage
so
dark
that
runner
you
says,
get the
descent to the
majority
rule
of
rise against all
benefits
who challenge the
between
power of the moon
1
rage.
and 100, and you get very
Moon rage dark runner
diminishing
says,
returns
descent to the
after
rule rise
that.
against all who challenge
It's
the
worth
power of the
noting
moon
that
rage.
action skills in melee weapons
You receive
increase
loot,
the
1 male
damage
pants.
with that melee weapon, but action
You loot
skills in
24 copper.
firearms do not. Instead, they increase
receive loot,
things
light
like
letter.
reload speed and weapon handling.
receive loot,
Next in
German
line are
vest.
the perk books, which remain mostly unchanged from vanilla. There are a few changes here and there, and I think there are more coming. But this does give you a great way to visualize your progress in each of the sets. Next are the crafting skills. These are your crafting skill magazines. Of course, just as in vanilla, you'll be on the lookout for magazines to increase your crafting levels. It is important to note that you can no longer influence which magazines you find based on how you spend your skill points. Magazines are still found in appropriate areas, but you can't really game the system anymore by putting your points in certain areas. You'll see that there are many new craftable items and even new tiers of weapons and tools, but we'll get to those in a little bit. The crafting skill magazine system remains mostly in line with vanilla, with the exception of armor, which is now split into 3 categories. There is tailoring for light armor, leather working for medium armor, and armor crafting for heavy armor. And speaking of armor, the entire armor benefit, or the bonus, the set bonuses and stuff, are being reworked, so don't expect to find any mystical enchantments on your armor anymore. Armor that looks the part generally plays the part. For example, the nerd outfit is now called the useless outfit, which is exactly how it appears in the first place. Or this farmer hat here, which is now called a sun hat, which decreases it's called rain on glass effect. So typically when it's raining, you'll get water in your eyes and it kind of clouds up your vision a little bit, but with the hat on, this is drastically reduced. And many other armor pieces are just like this, with just very minor bonuses. There is a new workstation though, and it's called the Research Desk. Essentially, this allows you to scrap magazines that you don't need into literature fragments that you can then repurpose into any other magazine that you want by just crafting them with this station. And finally, we have perk points, and this is about as close as it's going to get to the old vanilla skill point system. Leveling up your action skills also applies some experience points to gaining perk points, and you can spend your perk points in various areas without being restricted by your attribute skill. Now, there are some really interesting and unique bonuses found in here, so it is worth taking some time to skim through and see what they all are. Okay, so now that you're properly oriented, you'll have to
8 jumps, all high set. No, oops.
Because you don't have a map or a compass. Just follow the road basically and see where it takes you.
Oh, I'm in low
Construction
sec,
and
but
repair have
other
been
than that.
completely overhauled in Afterlife. Building with full shapes has been replaced with a ghost structure system. By crafting crafting and equipping what's called a planning tool, you can access the shapes menu and start framing out a building. You can pick up these ghost shapes, but you can't stand on them. so nerd pulling has effectively been eliminated. The ghost shapes will only be visible with either a planning tool or a construction tool equipped, and the construction tools will allow you to make further upgrades to these shapes. Just check the Construction Tools magazine set to see the available building tools, and with a construction tool in hand, hold R to open up a radial menu, and you can then select the desired building material. And so how it works is basically high quality materials like steel will require higher quality tools like a hammer in this case. And from here you can basically just select what material you want and go straight from ghost structure to that material. There's no like linear progression of upgrade materials like there is in vanilla. So I can upgrade these shapes directly to concrete or whatever else as long as I have the materials. And higher tech building tools require fewer hits to upgrade. Just note that Afterlife does add new building materials. In addition to the typical wood, cobblestone, concrete, and steel, we now have joined wood, brick, and inconel. But wood and stone building types have increased complexity with the addition of pitch, nails, or mortar to build. You'll learn how to make pitch in the intro quest I mentioned before, and nails are simple enough, but now require a ceramic crucible, which is an early game, easy to craft forge tool that you can craft right in the campfire. But mortar is new and it's a little bit trickier to make. Just check the recipes to see what you'll need, and note that there's a recipe for different types of buckets. So there's like a wood, a bronze, and a metal bucket, and better buckets increase the amount of mortar you get, while also decreasing the crafting time, and those buckets are filled with this dirty infected water by scooping it up from any organic water source in the world. As for brick, you're gonna need a kiln for that, probably several if you're the base building type. By smelting clay in this, you'll slowly produce bricks. Speed up production by crafting brick molds. There are several different recipes for this, and by adding molds to the station, the crafting time reduces by 50% each. And at this time, I'd like to point out just a couple of major quality of life features for Afterlife. At any time, read through this default tooltip menu here. You've probably seen this in vanilla and you just kind of tune it out like I did, but this is actually completely new information here. It outlines 7 brand new controls to help with inventory management and decreasing menu time. It's definitely worth taking a peek at these to see if any of them will be useful for you. My favorite is the ability to actually hold shift and swipe over my inventory or my tool belt to move things around, and you can even use this to move things between containers. Afterlife also introduces many additional layers to resource collection and crafting with the addition of copper, gold, cassiterite, anthracite, chromite, garnierite, and sphalerite as mineable ores. And yes, it's definitely going to take me some time to figure out what these things are and what they're good for. It also adds things like pig iron, tin iron, wrought iron, bronze, brass, nickel, tin, chromium, inconel, copper, silver, and gold as refined items inside the forge. And just as a primer here, the forge system is very complex now, and it's heavily based on realism. So of course you can just find or you can mine for certain materials. Let's start off easy with some iron ore, something we've all seen before, right? In the description of the iron ore, you can see that it will smelt into iron, of course, but it will require level 3 heat. Inside the forge, you're going to put the